made everything right, everything right. But you made everything right, everything right. But like, Jesus Christ. Because he said it all with him, because of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
God of Abraham, the God of covenant, faithful promises, time and time again, you have proven you do just what you said. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast and let my heart learn. You have speak the word, it will become just what you said. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast and let my heart learn. You have speak the word, it will become just what you said. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast and let my heart learn. You have speak the word, it will become just what you said. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast and let my heart learn. You have speak the word, it will become just what you said. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast and let my heart learn. You have speak the word, it will become just what you said.
Nothing you can do, you're faithful and true. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain history can do, nothing you can do, you're faithful and true. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain history can do, nothing you can do, you're faithful and true. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain just be faithful and true. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain just be faithful and true. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain just be faithful and I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope is I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith in Jesus. I ain't going to the ground. My hope I put my faith Come on, everyone. Come on, everyone. Clap your right hand and shout with me. I put my hope in Jesus. everybody. Come on, everybody. After right, let's Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherly love we stand. Nigerians, native brothers, though tribe and tongue in brotherly love we stand. Nigerians, native brothers, though tribe and tongue a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
I don't know if you can see it, because I don't know.
The audio.
Um,
Yes, so it's displayed
I don't know,
that
so-
picture
so-
is displayed, and then her audio should now.
That audio
I
wey
don't
the one wey dey play before, wey we use test the sound, orphans.
I don't often.
Now this thing wey comot, so this one comot, na the YouTube, wetin dey give you sound for YouTube be this, for
Which one?
From the rising, from the rising to the setting, same I will praise. Lord, the enemies gonna break into praise. Whoa, say I put my faith in Jesus, my anchor to God. I won't be firm foundation. You never leave me. I put my
Olamide Akinlabi is a lawyer and development professional dedicated. Olamide Olamide Akinlabi is a lawyer and Olamide Akinlabi is a lawyer and development professional dedicated to bridging the gender gap across various industries. Olamide has collaborated with private sector companies and stakeholders to promote women's inclusion through notable projects such as the UN Women Africa Regional Dialogue and the first private sector GBV initiative in West Africa. She is a UNICEF Young Influencer Global Youth Ambassador and author of Child's Right Act Simplified. Olamide has worked with esteemed organizations like the British Council, Lagos State Government, and UN Women. Her impactful work has earned her recognition as one of the 50 female African change makers by Impact Africa and a nomination as one of the 7 Wonder Women of Inclusion by Guardian Woman in 2024. Olamide is also an accomplished event host, known for her vibrant energy and skill in creating productive discussions and high-profile events globally and nationally. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Olamide Akinlabi.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Great. So I thought tech was trying to tech us, and I decided to come up regardless. Are you sure you can hear me? Okay. So I don't think I can hear myself very well. All right. It's such a pleasure to be here today, an absolute pleasure. So I was doing mini research. You know how they say that when you go to another man's town, you should, when you're in Rome, behave like a please, ladies, I was told that Port Harcourt youths now they carry last. Is that true? Is that true? All this energy you're giving me you're not giving me Port Harcourt energy. Please, let's bring it. All right. You know when they say when you're in Rome, you should behave like a Roman. So I decided to learn a few. What's the word? Slangs. But let me tell you the people the truth. My tutor, they didn't tutor me well. They did not tutor me very, very well at all. And so I wanted to say good morning in the different languages. However, they said that I can say una good morning. Oh, does that work? All right. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you to Accelerate 1.0. Can we please give a round of applause? Can we give a round of applause? Thank you. And the theme for this year, which is the maiden edition, is 10 times better. Can we say 10 times better? Can we say 10 times better? Indeed, you are in for a full day of engagement. It's a boot camp. And when they say something is a boot camp, it means from morning till we decide to let you go. From morning till we deem it fit. So if we don't deem it fit that you should go by 8, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be here because it is a what? It is a boot camp. Thank you so much. But you can be rest assured that you're not just going to be fed mentally or spiritually, or academically. You're also going to be fed physically. There's real life food. It's not virtual food. It's not audio food. Sorry? I didn't hear that. I like that. Please, what's your name? Emmanuel, it's like me and you. We'll be doing this thing together. I got my eyes on you. Right. So it's not just, it's not audio food, physical food that we also have here for you today. And our lineup of speakers are amazing. So what I really want to do is to encourage you to brace for impact, because you are in for a jolly ride. Okay. Before we go on, I would like to say that we do have partners that have put this together, and I'm going to be calling the names of our partners. Please celebrate them by giving them a round of applause. Okay, we have Workforce, we have Bank of Industry, we have Wider Perspectives, we have Bay Learning, we have Castor Resources, and of course, we have New Covenant Baptist Church. Can we please give it up? Can we give it up? Can we give it up? Can we give it up? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I have a quick question. And are we streaming this? All right. This question I want to ask you, to be honest, and I want you to think deeply. I want you to think about it. I want you to ponder on what I'm about to ask you and just reflect. Okay, my question, it is a very significant question. It is one that would elevate you to the next level. It's the one that will catalyze you to the next level. How many of us have learned the new national anthem? Wow. The old new national anthem. How many of no, if you are confident that you have learned it, you can say that I've learned this the way I learned the way I learned the old. Thank you, sir. So you are helping me a lot. All right, the way you learned the former old one. How many of you have learned this new old one? I want to see the hands. 1, 2, okay. Yes, 2 people. All right, please, 2 of you, what's your name? Tell me now. Suddenly, Onome, great. Second person, but I can see you. Amarachi, nice. Please give yourselves a round of applause. All right, they thought I was going to put them on the hot spots, but I'll be nice. I'll be very nice. Without further ado, we would be going straight to the welcome address. And like I said, this event has been put together by the New Covenant Baptist Church, and it is only important that the senior pastor of the church gives the welcome address. So ladies, and I will tell you, so when I was coming in, I saw this, can you say that your pastor? Can we say that? Is it allowed? It's allowed. All right. Please let Pastor Mrs. All right, so it's not it's just that the Lord, we can see the glory of the Lord, ma, and we can see what you are doing. I'm like, who is this fine pastor? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Reverend Joy Umokoro as he comes up. Please keep it clapping. Excuse me, sir. Well done, sir.
Olamide. Hallelujah. I think the first thing we need to do here is to rise on our feet and acknowledge God who made all this possible. And permit me to share a word of prayer as we begin. Our Father, we are grateful unto you for your faithfulness in giving us life, the wisdom to think, to plan, to make things work together, and your grace that has made it possible for each one of us from different places to be gathered here this morning for this important event. We are grateful unto you for all the resources that you made available to us to be able to put this together. We do not take it for granted at all, and we just want to return all the glory unto you. And we ask that you will sit enthroned and take all the glory in this event. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you so much. Please take your seat. Celebrate yourself as you take your seat. Can you first of all help me just give, if it's comfortable to do that, look at the person to your left or to your right and give them a fist bump and say you're welcome to this, to Accelerate 1.0. All right, thank you. It's a privilege to be here this morning and to bring this welcome address and opening remarks at this maiden edition of the Accelerate Bootcamp. Just to say that this is going to be the first of many more to come. And we are trusting that God will use this to raise for us a generation of leaders that will bring about transformation in our society and bring about a new Nigeria that we all hope and pray for. The keynote address speaker, Engineer Chooks Ikeobi, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, panelists. I cannot but acknowledge my mother in the house, the wife of our immediate past senior pastor, Dr. Mrs. Benedicta Ogenetiga. It's a pleasure to have you around. Please, Mama, please, let's rise up, let's recognize you. Thank you so much for coming. And energetic youths, all protocols observed. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to this beautiful occasion this morning. As a people, the New Covenant Baptist Church, we recognize the significance of being instrumental in empowering youths of all sectors to become the future leaders, in fact, transformational leaders. And thus, this is the rationale behind this initiative, which is specifically designed and targeted at young people from different spectra of our society. We have carefully chosen the theme for this year, 10 times better, to reflect our desire to see youths in our nation and beyond experience accelerated growth and, of course, development of necessary skills, character, and integrity required to enable them experience personal transformation for and in our society. We understand that our nation, Nigeria, is in their need of credible, competent, and patriotic youths who are leaders, who have the confidence, the candor, and the capability required to tackle the ills of bad leadership that have bedeviled our society. I'm not too sure that there's anybody that is very comfortable with the way Nigeria is today. I don't think anyone seated here in this room, but for maybe because you were born here and you are a citizen of this nation, you'll be very proud to say, I'm a Nigerian because of what is going on. And one of the crucial responsible factor for this is leadership. And if we are going to change that narrative, those who are going to be leaders tomorrow must have to think differently and lead differently. And that is the reason for our Accelerate Bootcamp. The planning committee completely made up of youths. So what you're seeing here, the planners are young people. Let's celebrate them. They are all young people. I know later on Olamide will recognize them. They are all young people. You'll be shocked, you know, and I'm very grateful to God for that. That's to tell you the power that the youths have, the initiative, the ability, the drive to make things work. And we can replicate this in every aspect of our society. So Accelerate 1.0, we feature keynote addresses, presentations and panel discussions on leadership and personal development. Of course, there will be a career fair sometime later in the day. I know also that there will be something like a CV clinic. All of these are meant to get you at that level where you need to be and begin to make the necessary impact you need to make. So let me at this juncture extend my profound appreciation to all our partners. Olamide mentioned every one of them the other time, who have decided to partner with us in this event. Of course, our invited guests and everyone who is here participating. We thank you for the support that we have received so far, and we are still looking for more support because we are hoping that this will be bigger than this as the years go by. I am also very appreciative of the planning committee once again. I am short for words to really express myself. And the reason is because when you put a seed in the ground, you can't really tell how it will manifest. But I'm so blown away at how this seed that was sown has blossomed to what we are seeing and experiencing this morning. And I know it can only get better. And so I want to appreciate our brother, and I want to put this on record, and his team, Engineer Olorutoba Ishenwa, who spearheaded the planning of this, along with Engineer Osaze Igbinowa here, and a host of other young people in that team. I pray that the Lord will bless you all in Jesus' name. To the participants, those of you who are here to be part of this, let me tell you that if you know why you are here, you will be very careful to pay attention to the things that will be said in this place. So I want to call on you to participate actively and attentively, ask questions, and network. Make sure that by the time you leave this place, you would have increased your net worth by extending your network. Sorry. Let me take that again. Increase your net worth by extending your network. Don't go out of this place if you came alone. Make sure you're not going out of this place alone. Make sure you have connected with somebody who will become someone that can make that thing that you're looking forward to happen. So once again, on behalf of New Covenant Baptist Church, Rumomasi, Port Harcourt, the planning committee, and all the partnering agencies, I welcome you to this memorable and impactful Accelerate 1.0 Bootcamp. Thank you. God bless you.
And thank you so much, sir, for setting the context for today's boot camp. It's really important that we have that context because it would help set our expectations and also help us know how to draw or how to pick lessons from all that would be said here today. Please, can we once again give a round of applause to the very fine pastor? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you're welcome, Mom. I want to also specially recognize some of our speakers who are here with us. They're not yet coming on stage, but we want them to know that we see you and we're very glad that you are here already. Engineer Chuks Ikeobi. Thank you so much, sir. Who is an asset manager at an exploration and production company. We have Ebenezer Age, who is the Chief Technical Officer at Aradel Holdings. Can we please give a round of applause? Thank you. He is ably representing Mr. Adebite Falade, who is CEO of Aradel Holdings. And of course, we have Mr. Adebayo Otokiti, who is the Senior Program Manager in LNG. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And so we would be going into a keynote address. And it is centered around being a change agent. Before the speaker comes up, media team, are you ready for me? Are you ready? All right, so before the speaker comes up, I have a question. So if there was a situation right now, or let me say, we know that, and also Reverend has alluded to that in his speech. So what would you say is that skill that you have right now that can contribute to solving a problem in Nigeria? Anybody? Anybody? I'm going to take the question again. We know that there are a lot of things in Nigeria, right? But what would you say is one skill that you have right now that can contribute to solving that problem? And please, no skill is too little. What I want you to do with this is to just reflect on the skills that you have accumulated. Okay, so no skill is too little. You're a content creator, you are a blogger, vlogger, whatever it is, no skill is too little. So what would you say is one skill that you have right now that can contribute in some way to solving the problem we have in Nigeria? Anybody? Emmanuel. I didn't hear that. Emmanuel, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Emmanuel.
My name is Emmanuel Fibu. I'm a final year marine engineering and naval architecture student of RSU. And I can say that one skill I have now is I am a maritime management enthusiast, which is managing the affairs of maritime. We know in Nigeria, of course, the major source of our revenue is through the maritime sector. So in the space of my experience, I've worked in a shipside dry dock and managing the maritime affairs of ships, which we know that it will work on our GPP since we are exporting trades. So I believe that is a very important factor in the country. Thank you very much.
So much. Please, can we give a round of applause to Emmanuel? Thank you so much. across this program, I'm going to be teaching us a couple of things, one of which is the Atama clap. Who knows how to do the Atama clap? Nobody. Beautiful. It means that somebody knows how to do it. Atama. So you people have been forming for me. It's not good though. Atama. Atama. Lavako. Lavako. Labarina. Amazing. Please give yourselves a round of applause. All right. We'll be calling up the keynote speaker right now. Just waiting for the media team.
Olamide Akinlabi is a
I'm not the one. I don't have any keynote speech prepared.
Mr. Ebenezer Chukwuma Ikeobi, fondly known as Chooks, with over 33 years in the oil industry, Chooks has held various roles, including maintenance engineer, production supervisor, and operations manager. His extensive experience spans across asset management, operations readiness, and maintenance execution. Currently, Chooks serves as the asset manager at a multinational oil and gas exploration and production company, where he leads strategies for safe, efficient, and profitable hydrocarbon production. He is dedicated to nurturing young professionals, especially engineers, and excels in stakeholder engagement and project engineering. Chooks is married to Toyin, an economist and contracts engineer, and they have 4 children. In his spare time, he enjoys reading, counseling, and watching football. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Ebenezer Chukwuma Ikeobi.
Leadership skills needed to transform the nation. Please keep the applause coming.
Yes. Good morning. Accelerate 1.0. Come on. Are you here? Please be present. Accelerate 1.0. Are we ready to be better? Are we sure? Let me start by expressing my appreciation to the senior pastor of New Covenant Baptist Church, who happens to be my pastor. I know you described him as struggling if you could have the permission to call him a fine man. He's indeed a fine man. And fine people produce fine ideas, right? First and foremost, for conceiving the idea for this workshop or bootcamp that we are here gathered for. I know we've been talking a lot about developing framework for coaching and mentoring, right? So it's an assignment you are giving to me, and it's something I'm equally passionate about, because in the course of my career, I've had the opportunity of having to mentor and coach a lot of the young professionals in my firm. But equally, let me use the opportunity as well to express my gratitude to the members of the organizing committee led by Toba Ishenwa, who have put this beautiful program together and who found me worthy to come forward to be a keynote speaker. I think it's a worthy platform, basically, for young professionals, graduates, and students, and they should not miss it. So this is the first edition, and because it is the 1.0, I can say confidently there will be 2.0, there will be 3.0, and please don't ever miss any of the sessions. You're right. I'm asked to speak on the topic, being a change agent, developing the confidence and leadership skills needed to transform the nation. The topic looked quite big, and broad, basically. But it is a topic that has an implicit assumption. And that is that you all are change agents, or rather agents of change. When the pastor was talking about, he talked about that our nation needs change. At this point in time in our nation, I'm not sure any of us is happy with the direction the country is going. And so we need agents of change, but not just any change, positive change, basically. So, and that is a noble purpose and calling at this time in the life of our nation. It is such a lofty calling that you need to step back and ask yourself, am I willing to be the agent of change? Am I ready? If you want to undertake a project, you need to count the cost. You need to step back and say, hey, if I want to build a story building, what is it going to take of me? What are the things I need to deprive myself of to be able to get that house completed? What are the sacrifices? So for you to be agents of change at this time in our nation, a very lofty calling, you have to count the cost. But what does a change agent do? A change agent is like a catalyst in a chemical reaction. I'm sure for those of you who read chemistry, you can understand what a catalyst is. It makes things happen, basically. It promotes the right condition to speed up the desired outcome. It is not consumed in the process, but present and nudging all actors that the desired outcome until the desired outcome materializes. So it implies, therefore, there is an objective that we're trying to achieve. There is a vision, there is a purpose that the change agents seeks to bring to bear. There's a saying that you cannot be the change that you do not seek. Did you hear that? You cannot be the change that you do not seek. And you cannot lead people in a journey that you do not want to go. So you must be willing to go on that journey and must be willing to seek that change. So let's understand change agents a little bit. Change agents are individuals who actively drive positive transformation within their communities. So in our nation, we need to drive positive outcomes. So that's what they do within their organizations or the place of work. Change agents identify problems. They envision solutions and they take action to create meaningful impact. So it's not just we know the problem. Part of the problem we have as a country is that we have a lot of complainers and we have very few people that are willing to take the initiative to bring solutions to the problems that they identify. I'm sure if I give you the mic, there's hardly any of us that cannot tell the problem of this nation. Well, how many of us are willing to do something about it? That is what change agents do. And that is what we are calling you into through this program, Accelerate. They identify problems, they envision solutions, they take action. But more importantly, one of the characteristics of change agents is that they are confident, they are resilient, they are adaptable. Yeah, for them to work. So what are the leadership skills that we need for change agents? First, vision. You want to be a change agent, you must have vision. You must develop a clear vision of the change you want to create. You must understand the why behind your action. Not just the what, not just the how, but why am I doing what I need to do? You must be very clear with communications. Effective communication is crucial. You must be able to express your ideas persuasively and listen actively. You must have empathy. You must understand others' perspective and build relationships. Empathy fosters collaboration. So it's not just talking down on people and telling them, oh, this is the way it's going to be. There are in each and every one of us lies creative ideas that when galvanized together, we can make a lot of things happen. Part of that characteristics we see the adaptability, because they are open to feedback and adjust their approach as needed. They are courageous. They overcome obstacles because courage fuels action. They have influence. They influence others positively by modeling desired behaviors and inspiring them. And they are resilient. We've talked about that. So what are the steps we need to take to become change agents? Number one is education. You have to educate yourself. You need to understand about the issues you want to solve. You have to read. You need to attend workshops like this. You need to engage with experts. You have to build a network. That's what the pastor talked about, so that you can improve your net worth. You know, to connect with like-minded individuals, organizations, and mentors. But you need to start small. You can't change the nation at a go. You start within your community of influence. You start with people around you. You begin to take baby steps. You must learn to volunteer. It's very important. That's one thing we're not so good in this kind of environment. We are always looking for where we get paid. But we need to learn to volunteer, to organize events, or raise awareness. We have to learn how to collaborate, because partner with others to amplify our impact. Now, Toba, who is basically leading this organization, didn't do it all alone. He had to partner with so many people, with organizations, to bring this kind of outcome that we seek. You must have a voice. You must be an advocate. In my company, I always like to see people who are passionate about issues, who raise their hands and say, hey, I want to help find solution to this problem. You must use your voice to advocate change. You must be willing to write articles. You must be willing to give talks, to give opinions, or even for those of you who are very good with social media, use that your social media opportunity to influence the positive outcome we seek for in our nation. And then you must set goals to be able to measure your progress and track your progress. And more importantly, you must celebrate milestones. Don't think that is something you put behind, because the more you celebrate milestones, the more it encourages you that indeed you can repeat the success over and over. I want you to remember that change agents come from diverse backgrounds, and they work in various fields, whether it's social justice, environmental conservation, whatever it is, they are there. But what drives them is their passion and commitment to make a difference. Passion and commitment is important to be a successful change agent. So let's look at the second aspect of this talk that had to be about developing the confidence and leadership skills to transform the nation. Each and every one of us seated here has the capacity to be a leader. Every one of you. But leadership in itself is not a rank. It's not a position, but a choice, a decision that you make that I want to be a leader. Leadership is about helping people around you. Because leaders have clear vision. They inspire others to accept the change they push across. Confidence, therefore, comes from courage. And courage comes from an ounce of self-belief. Did you hear that? Confidence comes from what? And courage comes from what? So you must first believe in yourself for me to believe in you. in the values that you want to put across, in the idea you are trying to put forward. You must have an ounce of self-belief in yourself. Can you imagine you want to fly, you enter an aircraft, and if you hear the voice of the pilot over the comms, I say, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. I've never flown this aircraft before." What will you do? Yeah? You come down, say, "Sorry, I'm not going to join this man. I don't know what he's talking about." So you must have that answer of self-belief in yourself. So confidence plays a crucial role, basically. So what we need to do to build confidence? First and foremost, we need to focus on our strengths. What is that strength that you have? What is that skill that you have? I learned the young man when he talked about his marine engineering. But what is that strength that you have? What is that something that you excel in doing? Focus on it, deepen it. Let it be what drives you, what you propagate each time you stand up to speak. Identify those strengths and intentionally lean onto them when your self-confidence wavers. Secondly, one of the things that we need to do is we need to reframe negative self-talk. A lot of us are damaging ourselves because right there in the midst of our heart lies that battle. Can I do it? What would they think of me? What if I fail? So what happens if you fail? Tell me. You stand up what? And try again. Life does not stop moving because you failed. How many times did Thomas Edison fail in his attempts to get a light bulb? Did he call himself a failure? Rather, what he said is that I've discovered 99 times in which the light bulb will not work. And at the 100th time, what happens? It happened. So, thank you. So those inner voices, those critical ones, we have to learn to shut them down and say, even if I fail, I will arise. I will go forth. Yeah? Because your thoughts influence your action. So you need to learn to shut down negative self-talk. Oh, my time is really up, but I still have a long way to go. You need to learn how to reframe challenges as opportunities. Did you hear me? Reframe challenges as what? Because when you reframe the situation, you put your mind in a creative position to solve the problem, whatever it is. What is the opportunity in this challenge for me? Because when you position things in the proper context, you will discover that the purpose of what you are trying to solve may be much bigger than yourself. And that gives you the motivation every morning to wake up and arise and do something about it. So don't focus on it as a problem, but say, what is the opportunity that this problem presents? And how am I going to solve it? A mental change helps in moving you forward. Then you need to learn how to embrace a growth mindset. You need to grow. And people who need to grow or who want to grow, seek for opportunities to grow. Yeah? And then invest in yourself, like in this session we are having and all that stuff. So we have the opportunity to basically change our society. And changing that society is dependent upon you and upon me. Confidence is a skill that you develop over time. It doesn't happen overnight. So overcoming self-doubt as a leader is essential for your growth and effectiveness. But I want to urge you to do two things. Change your limiting beliefs about yourself. Did you hear me? Change your limiting beliefs about yourself. If he can do it, I too can do it. If this man can, no matter the background he came from, can become the president of Nigeria, I can. I may not desire to be the president, but whatever it is you've set your heart to achieve, you too, you can become that. The other last element I'd like to drop with you, ladies and gentlemen, is raise your standards. Change what you demand of yourself. Write down all the things you will no longer accept in your life, all the things you will no longer tolerate, and write down all the things that you aspire to become. And focus on those things that you want to become, and shut down all the things that you would no longer accept in your life. It is with that and changing your limiting belief that will help you to create the lasting change that you need as change agents and as leaders in this nation to move this country forward. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give a round of applause to Engineer Chooks Ikeobi? They've decided not to be partial anymore and move me away from there to this place. Who knows? I might come here soon. But for now, I'm with you. All right. And you would agree with me that the keynote address had a lot of key points. Keynote address had a lot of key points. I did drop. All right. And for me, one of the things that just resonated the most is a change of perspective, right? How that I need to view differently, or I need to have a different perspective towards failure. Okay. I can see it as a catalyst to do something more, as a keep trying instead of giving up. So that's something that resonated strongly with me. On this side, I want somebody to tell me something that resonated with you the most from what you've heard today during the keynote speech. Anybody? Beautiful, please. Is the microphone coming? All right. Um,
All right. Good morning, everyone. So something that resonated with me is my name is Solomon Chigozie. So something that resonated with me is raising your standards and then also taking note of those things, writing down those things you want to be and hope to accept, and also the things you don't want to accept. Thank you. My name is Solomon Chigozie. Yeah.
Good day, everybody. Good day, everybody. It's Prince Sam Etim. I've learned from the keynote speaker that other than intelligent and financial quotient, I need to have what is called resilient quotient. I need to bounce back after every fall so that I can become an effective and efficient change agent. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stamno Omifubara, and I learned two things. First one was that I should always reframe challenges as opportunity, and the next, that if you want to grow, you have to seek opportunities to grow. Thank you.
We're definitely trying to build a very strong edifice for you in your mind. And with that said, media team, are you ready for me? Beautiful. To give us the leadership address on maximizing potential, I would be handing over to the media team to introduce Kate Onokomaya. We thank God for the beauty of
Kate Onakomaya is the founder and lead coach at Exponential Growth Academy Limited, a coaching, leadership, development and training organization in Nigeria. She is the executive program leader and serves as a peer teaching partner and President's Advisory Council member with the Maxwell Leadership Certified team. She is the co-founder of the Blooming Ladies Cooperative, Canada. As a bilingual learning and development consultant, she works with clients across West and Central Africa and Europe, delivering coaching, management, and leadership training for key corporate and individual clients in English and French. Kate has a coaching, speaking, and training certification from Maxwell Leadership, a certified strengths coach and people acuity guide from People Acuity, certified Maxwell DISC human behavioral consultant, and a Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Fellow. She is a member of the Learning and Development Network International, a global priority solutions value specialist, blueprint for success coach. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Accountancy and an MBA. She is a bilingual in French, English, and author of the book, The Growing Life. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Kate Onakomaya.
She will be joining us virtually.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Oh, good. Accelerate 1.0. I'm so excited to be here. And I want to observe all protocols and say thank you. Thank you to the resident pastor. Thank you to the organizing committees for inviting me to be here today. I am here to speak to you on the topic, maximizing your leadership potential. And it is my pleasure to speak on this topic, which I believe we all are here. I like the topic of today's session, the theme 10 times better, 10 times better. And I'm going to be sharing with us a few tips and things I have really experienced personally on how you can maximize your potential as a youth. Okay, so permits me to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so there we are. Good. So what makes leaders succeed? What makes leaders succeed? And I know we know what success is. We define it in so many ways. and we define it, introduce me. One thing I'm really proud of is that I'm a wife and a mother. I love my kids, and my best thing is to spend time with them. I'm not going to go through this again. Thank you for the beautiful introduction from the media team. So today we are going to be looking at just a few things. What is potential? What is potential? Steps to maximizing your potential, and 5 qualities of potential maximizers. So that's just a brief of what we're going to be looking at. And I've been given a few minutes to talk on this really important topic. Now, let's look at a few things. What is really in you? What is in me? There's something in us. There's something God has placed in us. And I believe we all have that ability to discover what is inside of us as God has placed it. But let's look at an analogy. That is something we call an acorn. That's an acorn. An acorn is a seed. And like all seeds, it has something inside of it. It has the ability to become something. Inside of an acorn is a dormant oak tree. I'm sorry. It's a dormant oak tree in an acorn. All right. An oak tree can live for thousands of years, but it starts from that small seed. Inside of it, inside of that seed is the untapped potential. It could become this tree one day. But is that a guarantee? Is that a guarantee that an acorn will become an oak tree one day? Perhaps, and perhaps not. And I want us to think about our potential in that way. It's something that we have inside of us, something that, if not tapped, can remain dormant forever. But that's not our portion. Okay. Now, I love that what Miles Monroe said about our potential in his book, Uncover Your Potential. And that's a book I really recommend every young person to read. If you have it on your shelf, go and pick it up again and read it. Uncover Your Potential. And he says something. He says, potential is dormant ability. It is reserved power. It is untapped strength, unused success, hidden talent, tapped capability, unexposed ability. It is latent power. It is all you can be, but have not yet become. It is all you can do, but have not yet done. It is how far you can reach, but have not yet reached. It is what you can accomplish, but have not yet accomplished. So from this, potential is not what you have already done. If you have already done something, you've already accomplished something, that is not your potential. It's still inside of you. So within every one of us is the ability to become great, to become 10 times, even 100 times better. I love how Professor Dr. Chuck said something. He said, everyone can be a change agent, but it is a choice you make. You need to choose to be a change agent. And everyone has something inside of them. You have greatness inside of you. We all do. And Miles Monroe, he said something else. He said the grave is the richest place on earth because there lies potential. There are so many books, there are music unwritten, books unwritten. I mean, so many things, precedents, what you could be that you have not been. So the grave has lying there a lot of unused potential, dormant ability, so much power. And one of my mentors, Matt Patterson, is also a great leader that I believe every young person should follow. In his book, Win the Day, he says something. He says, potential is God's gift to you. And what you do with it is your gift back to God. What you do with it is your gift back to God. So are you going to keep it hidden? It's just like this always reminds me of the parable of the talents that Jesus spoke. How the master, he went on a journey and he gave these 3 servants talents. And he was expecting a return from these talents when he came back. And when he got back from his journey, of course, he wanted them to give him back something. He wanted them to give him something better than what he has given them. And that's the same thing with our potential. God has given us the gift of our potential, and he's expecting something better from us. 10 times better, 5 times better, 2 times better, or even if it's just 1 time better, right? That is still something. So our potential is not meant to be hidden. We're meant to use it. We're meant to maximize it, to make the best of it so that we can give it back to God. And I'm going to just look at a few steps that we can use to maximize our potential, to double it, to quadruple it, to make it 10 times better or 100 times better. And these steps, these are things that I believe we all should take note of. But before I start, I went back as I was preparing for this lesson, I went back to my notes, my journal. I turned 45 years ago. And whenever I reach a milestone birthday, I look at my plans for the next 10 years. So when I turned 45 years ago, I wrote down on my journal, like this, next steps, the next 10 years. And I wrote, if I were to see a movie of my life 10 years from today, what will be in it? And then I wrote down 12 things that I wanted to be in my life 10 years from then. That was 5 years ago. So I was looking at this and I saw that, to the glory of God, I have achieved a third of the 12 things that I wrote down in my journal. So the same thing, your potential is in you. Remember, it's untapped ability. It's something that is in you. Now, I want you to reflect before I go to the next steps. What is your plan for the next 10 years of your life? Do you have it written down? Do you have a vision of your life? How are you going to be better 10 years from now? So if you don't have it, I would suggest that after this boot camp, take some time by yourself, sit down with God, take a notebook and a pen, and start writing down what comes to you as you pray, as you seek God. Okay, let's say step number 1 is, first of all, an awareness of your potential, because you don't know what you don't know, right? We all don't know what we don't know, but there is, like I said, there is something inside each of us. God has put that potential in us, but are we aware of it yet? Some are not. Well, some really think maybe, but an awareness of your potential is the first step to begin to maximize it. You know that it's there. Like I did 10 when I turned 40, I knew that the next 10 years have to be greater. I want to be 10 times greater in the next 10 years. And of course, the second thing we should be mindful of is the right environment. Your environment can actually make or break you. I'd say we need to join a community of growth-minded people. And that's why it's so important. This event, this boot camp is really important. And when I was invited to speak here, I knew that, look, this is where I want to be. This is a community of growth-minded people. And everywhere I find growth-minded people is the right environment for me, because I know that I am going to reach more into my potential and be better. people are growing, people are wanting to and desiring to be better. So the right environment is really crucial for us to maximize our potential, to bring out that thing that is inside of us, that dormant ability that is inside of us. We need that. Join a group. I'm a member of several growth environments because where people are growing, that is where I want to be. And I'm also selective of the kind of people I spend my time with, because if you want to be better, if you want to grow, mind the people you spend your time with. And of course, mentors and coaches, enlist the help of mentors and coaches. I have several mentors and coaches. And one of the greatest things that I did 10 years ago, about 12 years ago, no, more than 12 years ago, I stopped counting. In 2012, actually, how many years is that? 2012. In April of 2012, I made a decision and commitment to be mentored by John C. Maxwell. And that has been the best decision that I had made. One of the best decisions that I have made in my life, to be mentored by a leader like him, because at that time I knew that I had leadership potential, but it was still dormant. So I needed someone to help me to maximize that potential, to bring it out so I can become the leader that I'm supposed to be. And over the years, I have been nurtured, encouraged, and challenged by him every month as we meet in our mentoring sessions. And of course, when I attend our International Maxwell conference, I meet with him to ensure that he pours into me and he teaches me, asks me questions, and make sure that I am on the right track. So you need to enlist the help of mentors and coaches. Then the fourth thing you need to do is to invest in your personal growth. Invest in your personal growth. Be intentional about growing, about becoming the best version of yourself, about maximizing your potential. Make it a priority. In budget for it. Let it be one of your not just let it not just be one of your New Year resolutions. Like sometimes we make this a resolution that every year I'm going to do this, I'm going to read these books, I'm going to do this, I'm going to grow, but make it a priority and be intentional, be specific. Last year, when I was doing in November, when I was doing my plan for 2024, I sat down with my accountability partner and I discovered that if the year before, that's my year before is 2023, because at that time, I'm already done with 2023. So I had made up my mind to read 12 books in that year. And I discovered that the 12 books I'd read were just, they were good books. I didn't even read all the books. Some of them were 50% read, 30% read. And I discovered that I wasn't really intentional. So this year, what I did is I came up with a list of books. I'm not just going to read 12 books, but I'm going to read these books. These are the books that I'm going to read. Anything that is coming after that is additional. So I made a list and sticking to that list with the help of my accountability partner. So invest in your personal growth and be intentional about it. Practice self-discipline. Of course, all this requires self-discipline, and everything worthwhile is uphill. So we need to practice self-discipline. We need to make it a priority. The sixth thing we can do, which is really not the last, is to create room for faith. Create room for faith, because God is the author of our potential, but we must make him a priority. Make room for him, spend time with him and ask him questions and make sure that you are following his plan for you. He's the one that gave us the potential in the first place, right? So make room for faith, make room for God, sit with him regularly and fellowship with him. He is the one that will help us to maximize our potential. I'm just going to show us a short video. Oh, sorry, let me do that. short video to help us bring this home. I spent time with my kids. I hope you can hear this. Very short. This is story of Simba, the lion. Simba. He was doubting himself. He didn't know who he really was. And then Rafiki, the monkey, his mentor, went and showed him his reflection. And then he saw his father in there. Okay, I'm going to pause this now because of our time and just tell us. Now, God is the author of our potential. He gave us our potential. He is in us. And we must recognize that our potential is from Him and make sure that we connect with Him to maximize that potential always. See Him in us all the time. This is a picture of my mentors, a few of them, and they have been really instrumental in helping me to reach my potential, to tap in. When I say reach my potential, it's not arriving at the point, but to tap, consistently reach inside and tap into it. And let me share briefly with us 5 qualities of potential maximizers. People who maximize their potential, who are they? What do they do? What do they have? What qualities do they have that help make them to maximize their potential? One, they are strength focused. They are strength focused. So Chooks mentioned it in his talk, said we must be aware of our strengths. Know your strengths. Know what you're good at and focus on it. Don't try to build on your weaknesses, but try to build on your strengths. And then they have discovered their distinctiveness. What is their uniqueness? What is that thing that only you can do very well? Have you discovered it? And then they have great work ethics. They are disciplined. They spend their time and efforts making sure that they do excellent work. They are consistent. They are consistent. Consistency compounds. Small actions taken every day will help you to get better every single day. So they are consistent in what they do. They are consistent in what they say. They are consistent in their values. They are consistent with their principles. And lastly, they play the long game. They don't just play to win the match. They play the long game. They play to stay in the game. They play to ensure that they are continuously winning. And they've realized that life is really a marathon. It is not a sprint. So every day they do something to keep them in the game. They don't stop. They don't stop. They don't quit. They keep trying things and they keep doing things better. Every day they make sure that they are playing. They are consistent. They have great work ethics. They have discovered their distinctiveness. They are strength focused. And they don't look at what people are doing or what people are saying about them. They keep moving forward, knowing that they are playing the long game. So in conclusion, I want us to take a look at this picture. These are some famous athletes that we know. I'm sure we can name some of them. You know, these are people that over the years, they have proven that they are maximizers. They are maximizing their potential. And I see them as examples of people with, number one, great work ethics. They practice every day. They are consistent. They may not be perfect, but they take imperfect action every day to become the best they can be. They are change agents in their fields and they work hard. If some of them are even retired, but they are still working hard to be the best they can be, to maximize their potential. So what do these people have in common? Let's think about it. Are you a potential maximizer? Have you discovered your potential? Are you maximizing it? Are you working on it? Think on that. And as Miles Monroe says, we have untapped potential, but we don't stop there. We reach inside to tap into it and become 10 times better, 100 times better, 50 times better, 1,000 times better. And I want you to know that you've got this. You are a potential maximizer. Your potential is in you. You will maximize it because you've got this. Thank you.
Yeah, so who wants to share really in about 50 seconds? Just something that resonates with you and you want to work on. Great. Please. Yes, please. Yes.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Karina. When she was talking, the course of her address, when she was talking, she kept on mentioning her accountability partner, and it just made me realize that in moving forward and becoming 10 times better, you cannot do it alone. You have to get someone that you'll be accountable to, that will always keep up with you and your actions. So that's it. Get an accountability partner. Thank you.
Perfect. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Thank you so much. You say if you want to go far, go alone. But if you want to go further, you go with people, right? And I want to just, I don't know if it will cause issues, but I will still do it. I saw when she was asking us, about the athletes, I saw, what's going on? I saw, what did you say? Okay, I was not thinking, I was just, it just got me thinking. She said we should think about the potential, right? I was just thinking that between Messi now and see Ronaldo, who per adventure is the GOAT? Eh? 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 All right. I mean, please let's not go into that debate because I know that it's going to be very heated. But please, can you once again give yourselves a round of applause? Right. Okay. I was the other time I asked the Atama clap and we did. Do we know the rain clap? There must be something that you don't know. Do we know the rain clap? You do? All right, let's do the rain clap. All right. We do know the rain clap. All right, everybody, can we do the rain clap? Oh my God. For something you don't know. Well, keep it coming. Keep it. Right now, it's drizzling. No, it's not drizzling. I just seen that the cloud is clouding. What's going on? Are we moving on? Are we moving on? Okay, right now it's drizzling. It's drizzling. At this point in time, ladies, you need to guard your wigs and your makeup. All right now it's like it's pouring a little. Okay. This is the point you bring out your umbrellas, right? This is the point. Breath. All right, have we increased the tempo? Okay. Right. You need to run somewhere because it's about to pour. All right, have we increased it? Wow, this is a thunderstorm. Great. I love it. Thank you so much. Media team, are we good? Are you sure? All right. We have second leadership address. And like I said, this is line upon line, precept upon line, precept upon. All right. So to give us the second address, I would be handing over to media to introduce Ebenezer Age, who is the Chief Technical Officer, Aradel Holdings PLC. He is ably representing, I must say, Mr. Adebite, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Aradel Holdings PLC. Media team, over to you.
Dr. Ebenezer Age, a seasoned professional with over 28 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. He has held various technical, managerial, and senior executive positions with international and major independent oil companies across Africa, Europe, and the United States. Currently, Dr. Age is the Group Chief Technical Officer for Aradel Holdings PLC, a leading integrated energy company in Nigeria. His previous roles include Chief Operating Officer at First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, Managing Director CEO of Vein Petroleum Incorporated USA, Production Engineering Manager for Hess Corporation USA, and Discipline Principal Production Technology for Shell E&P Africa region. Dr. Age holds a PhD in leadership from Dallas Baptist University and has attended executive programs at Harvard Business School, IMD Business School, London Management Center, and IESE Business School. He is a fellow of Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, a Korean registered engineer, and a professional member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Ebenezer Age.
All right. All protocols observed. And I want us to put a round of applause for our very beautiful, delectable anchor. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize all the organizers of this event. I wasn't sure what I was coming to. I got the notification very, very late. That was, I think, just 2 days ago, when my friend, my brother, my colleague who was supposed to deliver had to travel, unplanned. And he said, look, I need you to step in for me. I wasn't sure if it was a secular setting or it was a church setting or whatever it is. I just said, well, as at last night, I wasn't even sure what I was going to speak about. But then God impressed on my mind the 10 times better. And coming here, the keynote speaker said everything I wanted to say. Then the lady, Kate, the last 5 bullets was what God just, it was like a mirror that I listed. Then I know that then I was thinking in my mind that God really has a plan for those of you who are here. Indeed, the plan is for him to make you 10 times better. So there is not much I'm going to say, really, because it's been covered. Everything's been covered. There wasn't a specific topic or title in my case. It was just leadership. And because I'm a student of leadership, I'm a lecturer of leadership, I said, look, how can you make me talk about leadership in 25 minutes? This is punishment. Because the last, I think it was last month, I was with a couple of graduates. Actually, they're
new hires in our organization, graduate trainees, and we were taking them through some training, and it took us 3 days, 3 days to just introduce the subject of leadership to them, back to back, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Each day we started at 8 a.m. and as at 7 p.m., they're still eager to continue. So tell me how I'm going to compress 3 days of lecture on leadership in 25 minutes. That's why I just went to God and said, just tell me what you want me to tell these people. And he gave me those 5 points. And it's going to be what I will really zero in on. But just for us to have an idea, we can start now on what leadership really is. And I hope this is working. All right. Who is a leader will be the first question. And then we'll talk about the attributes of an effective leader. There's a leader in you. We're all born change agents, Mr. Speaker said. There's a leader in you. And like she said, it's for you to discover that leader, to discover that potential that is in you and bring it out. And then what I will be focusing on is the 10 times better. 10 times better. And it's from the book of Daniel. And I'll just say, re-emphasize the things that the last speaker spoke about. But before I continue, it is often said that, I think it's Chinese proverb that says, if you're planning for a year, plant rice. Right? Sow rice. In a year, you have bags of rice. If you're planning for a decade, what do? You plant a tree. But if you're planning for a lifetime, then you educate people. So this is investing in the future of this country. Mr. Keynote speaker said, one of the troubles or one of the problems we have as as a nation really is the fact that there aren't effective leaders. Note my word, effective leaders. And that is because I don't think we were conscious enough to develop today's leader, because it was, for most of them, it was happenstance. For every nation that has grown, they had invested at some point in time in the future, in developing the leaders that became leaders now. Are you following me? That is why I know that for a meeting like this and for organizations now rising up to just invest and pour into this generation, I am certain, Christ tarrying, that Nigeria will be good. Nigeria will be great. It doesn't matter what you see now, but Nigeria will be good. I want to speak to 2 things that Mr. Speaker spoke about. I'll talk about one thing that I picked from the last speaker, and then I'll go into what I have. I know minutes. I don't know how I'll do it, but let's see. He says to us, to be a change agent, that you must be a catalyst. That change agents are catalysts, really. I'm a chemical engineer. I understand that very, very well. I understand chemical reactors. You know what happens to catalyst? It gets consumed. Are you getting me? Catalysts get consumed. They get spent. So we must get to the realization that if I'm going to be a change agent, if I'm going to be a leader, I must be ready to spend and be spent and be consumed. A lot of people don't have that mindset. You want to get. We all want to get from the system. Sorry. We have to get to the point where, look, what I will give, I will be spent. That's when I can change the things around me. There was a popular saying, the president of a very popular nation who asked its citizens, don't ask what the nation will give you, but ask what you will do for the nation. That's the foundation of leadership. And he says that, look, in each of us lies creative ideas. That comes to what Mrs. Kate said, that you have potential. You just haven't identified it, or you haven't developed it. You all have creative ideas. The anchor asked, how many of us think we have something we can give or something we can do? And a lot of us didn't know. But guess what? Herein lies 500 ideas that can transform Nigeria. Ideas, they say, rule the world. Ideas rule the world. So in you, I want that by the time you're leaving this place today, you ask yourself, what do I have to offer? What ideas do I have? And if you don't know, go and meet with your creator and say, what exactly? Why exactly am I here? What have you created me for? What is my purpose on earth? It will shock you. I didn't mean to preach, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get emotional because I have a passion for developing the young generation. I have a passion for, impacting. So let's continue. So let us understand exactly who a leader is, because the moment you mention leadership or a leader, what comes to mind is that man up there that has been appointed to lead. That means that gives instruction and reels out what we're supposed to do. That's our leader. That means that is authoritative, demands from us what he wants us to do. But let me change that mindset. This is from Arians. And they said to be a leader really simple. When your actions inspire others, what you do, it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what state, what category in the strata of your organization, what position you occupy. It doesn't matter. It says, if your action inspires others to dream more, if your actions inspire others to learn more, if by what you do, somebody says, I remember when I got my PhD, somebody says, at your age, nah, I'm going to go back to school. Many people had to go back to school. I started my PhD journey in 1997. Some of you are shaking your head. But I didn't finish it until the 20,000s, the 21st century. Why? Of course, life happens to you. Yeah? But I was determined. It's in my life plan, like the lady says. You write the things you want to become on earth. I must get this thing. And not until 2015. So imagine that's almost 20 years or more. Just pursuing. So leadership is what you do that will inspire people. If what you do inspires people to want to do more, if what you do inspire people to want to change what the surrounding around them or the things that they do themselves, then guess what? You are a leader. So understanding this and having this consciousness will help us a great deal. Leaders influence by example. Leaders get results from people. Leaders manage resources. When we say resources, we're talking about people and material very well. Leaders are visionary. Leaders command followership. They don't demand it. They command it. They are two different things. Somebody once told me, if you're working and you look back, nobody is following you, then you are not called, what is it, vice president or whatever name they call you. If you look behind you and nobody is following, you're not a leader. No matter what designation they gave you. Is somebody following me? Leaders command followership. Leaders are inspirational. Leaders are more informed. Now, the subject of leadership is vast, and it is one that is evolving. It keeps evolving, different definitions. When it started in the 17th century, leaders were taught to be great men. That's what we call the great man theory. Leaders were defined by traits. They said there are certain traits that once you possess that trait, then you're a leader. At some point, it's not about traits anymore. It's what you can learn to become and to manage situations. So it's by style. There is a debate on whether leaders are born or leaders are made. That debate is still on till today. But by and large, what we've come to know and understand is that it doesn't matter whether you're born or you're not born, leaders can be made. You can learn to become a leader. And which is what, from the things we have been, dwelling on, it's things that you should imbibe, take, and make yourself into a leader. The aspect I want to focus on, like I said, we can have an expose on that, but the aspect I want to focus on is what Robert Greenleaf and some other people that I'm going to show you speaks about when it comes to leadership. Robert Greenleaf, by the way, is the father of modern servant leadership theory. And what he's saying is that, look, the best leaders are clear. They are continually lighting the way. And in the process, they are letting each people know what they do makes a difference. The best test as a leader is, do those who you serve grow? Are they growing as a person? Have they become healthier by reason of your interaction with them? Have they become wiser? Remember, influence people. Have they become freer to do more? Are they more likely themselves to become leaders? Those are the questions you ask yourself. Leadership also, as defined by Nelson Mandela, like a shepherd. He stays behind the flock, letting the most nimble go ahead, whereupon others follow, they not realizing that along the line, they have been directed by somebody behind. I tell most people that the mark of a good leader is when you make people do what you want them to do without realizing that that's what you wanted. They think, we've done it. And you give them thumbs up. Then you're a good leader. When people do what you want them to do, you didn't force them, but naturally you were able to influence them. Keyword, influence. And they do it exactly the way you wanted. That means you're a leader. So let's talk about leadership itself. 4 things. You empower people. You inspire people. You have a vision. Remember, we said they're visionary, and you are able to share that vision with people. Leadership rises and falls on people. If you have a mind for people, if you know how to influence people, if you can get people to do work for you, then that is leadership. I'm not going to spend too much time. My time is up, they say. So let's just hear what, leaders of thought have said. So leadership is about people, period. That's it. When you talk leadership, it's nothing more. It's not positional. It's just people. How do you influence people? How much of yourself are you pouring into people? And you can be a leader. It's not by virtue of age. You can be a 10-year-old and you're able to influence, people around you. You're a leader. Great leadership is about inspiring people. One, it's about serving people. Two, it's about caring for people. And, in the coming slides, you will see, young people like you, youths, who have attained national significance, in fact, international recognition, just by what they did influencing people. You have so much at your tips, tips of your finger right now with social media and all that, and people are doing the wrong things with it. Whereas you can really influence people positively. You can mobilize people, and that makes you a leader. There's another one by Colin Powell. Says, again, leadership is about people. It is not about organizations. It is not about the plans you have, not about the strategies. You can have wonderful strategies, wonderful plans. It's all about people, motivating people to get job done. You have to be people-centered. You have to think about it. I said to the management trainees that we brought in, and I said, one of them asked me, how do I rise fast in the organization? It's simple. Look for a problem that we currently have. Solve it, and you're up there. Is someone listening to me? There are 1,001 things. You walk across, oh, this country is bad. I want to japa. No. They say that the candle lights the brightest where there's so much darkness. That means you have the opportunity to make the difference. Because where everything is working, you will struggle to be recognized. Somebody listening to me? There are so many things you can do to influence people. There are so many of the social ills that you can just apply yourself to address. And you're up there. It's about people. It's about what can I do? I'll rush very fast. Steve Jobs says management is persuading people to do things they don't want to do. Leadership, inspiring people to do things they never thought they could do. I pulled this because it's very significant. A manager will make you do what you don't want to do, but a leader will make you do what you never thought you could do. How many of us have influenced, or how many of us have been influenced to the point where we see ourselves doing, oh, I never imagined I could do this. Let me just rush. Leadership is about people first. Business is about profit. We need to understand that. Yeah? And then Chinua Achebe says, in Nigeria, we have a trouble. And it is simply and squarely that of what? Leadership. There's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing wrong with our climate. There's nothing wrong with, in fact, I tell some people that we're spoiled. We have everything working for us. How many of us have been in the eye of a hurricane? How many of us have suffered from tornado or even fire? I have experienced hurricane firsthand. Hurricane Katrina wiped off my home completely. And we have never seen something like that here. Yeah? It says, but Nigerian problem is the willingness or the inability of our leaders to rise to the responsibility. It's just the recognition that they don't even know that they are there for the people. It's about the people. That's our problem. In Matthew, I think, chapter 20, Luke chapter 22, Jesus said to his disciples, the kings of this world, the presidents of this world, they know how to lord it over their subjects. But he says, with you, it shall not be so. The model for you is that whoever wants to lead must understand that he needs to serve. That is the model, the leader in you. I cropped up this from the United Nations website for youths, and he chronicles, this was, I can't remember what year now, but a number of people, ordinary young youth like you, 25 years old, 28 years old, 34 years old, done things just taking advantage of helping people, and they got recognized. The first one is from South Sudan, Nelson. All he did was during the COVID period, he said, look, there's so much misinformation going on. I'm a techie. Let me use my technology and whatever to influence people so they have the right information and they do the right thing. The list goes on. I don't have time to go through it, but there are 10 of them. Since we're talking about 10 times, I picked 10. But you can see, I'm told my time is up, so I'm just rushing. Let's go to the real message. 10 times better. This is from the scripture. It spoke of when a king invaded Israel and brought the loot. And part of the people he brought were youths from a royal and noble family. So they were not riffraffs. They were intelligent, they were wise, they were skillful. And he took them into an academy for 3 years. 3 years, I emphasize that. But then only 4 out of the lot opened up, to the point that when they came into the service of the king found them to be 10 times better than their peers. What did they do that qualified them to be 10 times better? I call it 10 for 10. There were 10 things that qualified to enjoy 10 times the grace that they got. First was, they rejected the king's food. They are not enticed. A lot of us are enticed by the things of this world. The lady mentioned sacrifice. And I think the keynote speaker also mentioned that. You have to count the costs. You have to say, what am I going to give? What's going to, so if you're going to build a house, if it means taking 101 or 001, just so you can have some savings, that's the cost. Do you understand what I'm saying? Speaking over your head. You relate with me. Great. They rejected the king's food. They rejected the wine. It's a sacrifice. Now, note, they were there for 3 years. They didn't, because when you read the Bible, you just, sometimes you just think, oh, they brought it that night and they said, no, we're not eating, and just give us vegetable and that's it. They were eating vegetable for 3 years. Morning, afternoon, night. It wasn't just once. It wasn't just for 1 week. Are you with me? They rejected the identity given to them because the moment they got into, the man wanted to indoctrinate them. But guess what? They knew who they were. You need to know yourself. So they rejected that identity. If you read the book of Daniel, you discover Daniel was called Daniel. Different from the name that the king gave him. He insisted to be Daniel. They rejected identity. Number 4, they rejected allegiance to the king of Babylon. They maintained their allegiance to God, and they had the courage to stand alone. They had the courage to stand alone. They dared to be different. Dare to be different. I will not go with the popular opinion, right? They trusted in the King of Glory. They disciplined themselves. So it takes discipline for you to get to the point where you are. They stayed on the course and they completed the course. And that is why after that, they became 10 times better than the peers, the lot that came into it. That is all. That's where I'm going to stop. Thank you very much.
You know, the disciples on the way to MSS, after Jesus left, what did they say? They said, did our hearts not what? Did it not burn within us while he was talking? I'm sure that when he was talking, we felt a stirring, right? What did I say? Lines upon lines, precept upon lines upon lines, precept upon. We're going somewhere. Without further ado, we'll be having a panel session on leadership right now. Media team, are you ready for me? Right. We're calling up the moderator. Afterwards, the members of the panel would be introduced. There will also be a Q&A session right after the panel session for our last speaker. I learned a lot of things. I'm trying to, because if I start media team, you won't be able to stop me.
Akinola Akinshola, a seasoned human resources professional excelling in a leading indigenous oil and gas company. With a strong foundation as a human resources assistant in the finance sector, Akinola has developed comprehensive expertise in learning and development, HR operations, talent management, and employee relations. Akinola holds a bachelor's degree in politics, philosophy, and economics from Obafemi Awolowo University and an MBA in human resource management. He also serves as team lead for Winners Career BC, an NGO focused on career development and community impact. Beyond his professional roles, Akinola enjoys playing and watching football, engaging in meaningful conversations, and cherishing time with his family. His dedication to continuous learning and his ability to balance career, personal interests, and family life underscore his well-rounded approach to life and work. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Akinola Akinshola. Alamu John Olatoyan, an accomplished engineering and project management professional with over 37 years of experience, including 33 years in the oil and gas industry. John has worked for Shell locally and internationally for about 17 years and spent 7 years at Owando PLC as Chief Engineering and Technology Officer. Since September 2014, he has been with First Exploration and Petroleum Development Company Limited, starting as Chief Engineer and advancing to General Manager, Engineering and Capital Projects in February 2020. He is now a key member of the first ENP management team. John brings strong technical expertise, excellent communication skills, and significant achievements in stakeholder management and strategic business planning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Alamu John Olatoya. Mr. Asawo Ibifuro, a software and innovation strategist who excels in problem solving with digital tools to enhance business processes and operational efficiency. As the CEO of Synforce Limited, a company he co-founded as a student at River State University, Mr. Asawo has led Synforce to become Nigeria's leading ICT 4D company. Under his leadership, Synforce has grown from a college startup into a major player in the ICT sector, collaborating with government agencies, academic institutions, and multinational corporations. The company now boasts of over 150 employees and numerous partners nationwide. A graduate in computer engineering from River State University, Mr. Asawo is committed to global ICT innovation. He is married with 4 children and is a minister in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. In his spare time, he enjoys reading, football, and table tennis. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Asawo Ibifuro. Adedunu Uba, founder and executive consultant at Simply Unforgettable and founding partner at Prolysis Advisory Services. Adedunu has led and supported people-related projects for notable entities including Seplet Nigeria PLC, Lagos Business School, and NLNG. She currently heads the Human Capital Management team at Harris Energies and has held various HR leadership roles across Nigerian and multinational organizations. Adedunu also serves as Director of Programs and Administration at Builders with God Ministry, a faith-based non-profit organization. A lawyer by training, Adedunu brings cross-functional experience from the oil and gas industry and telecoms markets. She is an alumnus of the African Women's Entrepreneurship Cooperative, IMD Switzerland, and holds a UKCIM accredited diploma in event management for marketing communications from the Event Academy, London. Since 2000, Adedunu has shared her life with Eluchukwu Oba, and together they have 4 daughters. They view their family as a channel for fulfilling God's purpose as expressed in Isaiah 32 verse 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Adedunu Oba. Dr. Dennis Aitohaime Oyakire, graduating in 1983 with a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree. Dr. Oyakire began his career managing large livestock concerns before transiting to sustainable community development. He furthered his education with a master's in business administration. Dr. Oyakire's journey into sustainable community development started with the World Bank Assisted Dairy Development Project, aimed at accelerating Nigeria's dairy industry using the renowned Indian Anand Pattern cooperative model. His expertise then took him to Shell Petroleum Development Company, where he spent nearly 2 decades enhancing the livelihoods of oil-bearing communities through agricultural extension programs. Since his early retirement in 2017, Dr. Oyakire has been serving as a community development consultant for Hares Oil and Gas Limited, cooperating the OML-17 oil field with NNPC. With his wealth of experience, Dr. Oyakire continues to make significant contributions to sustainable development in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Dennis Aito Jaime Oyakire.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you seem cold. I know we have Gen Zs in the house, and I really want you to show me your steez and composures this morning. Good morning, everyone. All right. Sorry, I may not really be able to relate with the millennials and Gen X in the house. Sorry about that. Okay, so I do understand that we have a mixed house, and we are going to ensure that everyone is well carried along. So you would agree with me that today there are complexities in the field of leadership. And it is important as youth, as upcoming leaders, even as leaders, to still learn about leadership, because truly leaders do have leaders as well. Today we are going to deep dive into the complexities and share insights. Perhaps we also to chart a course for future leadership practices. And you would also agree with me that we have carefully selected successful leaders from various spheres of profession who are going to be sharing their thoughts and insights and also their experiences with us. We have two of our speakers joining us virtually in person of Mr. John Alamu and Adeidunu, Mrs. Adeidunu. We have physically with us Dr. Dennis and Mr. Asaro. Please, let's celebrate them once again. I would also encourage everyone in the house to pay rapt attention. If you have questions, you can begin to note down your questions. I believe that this is a rare opportunity. You do not usually have the opportunity of gathering this set of people in a particular space and at a particular time. Is not really an easy thing to do. So I do want us to make judicious use of this opportunity we have ahead of us. Okay, Mrs. Adeidunu, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
All right,
Good
thank
morning,
you.
everyone.
Good morning. I don't know if Mr. John Alamu is also online.
Yes, I am.
Good morning, sir. We are
Good
glad to have
morning,
you this
everyone.
morning. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, so we'll go straight into the panelist session. Mrs. Adeidunu, from your experience, we've seen that you've led, various leadership positions, particularly in the human resource space. So I do want to ask you, Nigeria is a country where we have a lot of talented individuals. We have youth of Nigeria doing great things. So how do you manage this special talent? No, before you manage, let me ask, how do you identify special talents in your team? And how are you able to leverage on individual strengths in your team? And what impact has this actually brought to your team in terms of performance? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. First, let me thank the team of Accelerate for inviting me. It's an opportunity and I do not take it lightly at all. Thank you for the opportunity. So straight to your question, I think the last speaker, was very, very, very succinct when he basically talked about the fact that leadership is all about people. And the truth is that as a leader, the real responsibility you have is around managing people. Yes, we are accountable for results. And note that I'm talking about accountability, because many times as leaders, we think that we are responsible for results. But in reality, what we are responsible for is managing the people that deliver the results. Now, I say that to say this, Akiola. The whole purpose of a leader is to be able to identify the capabilities of the people they are leading and to be able to harness them accordingly. So it's a very, very baseline leadership competency. And for all of us, particularly the young people in the room who are learning leadership, I think the fact that this is the very first question for this panel session is instructive to show us that the panelists or the leaders, the folks who are putting together this panel session understand very clearly that is a baseline capacity competency and something that we need to focus on. In fact, is the differentiation between an individual contributor and a leader. Having said that, so how do you do this? I think one of the first things that we need to bear in mind is that leadership and identifying capabilities only comes when you know your people. You cannot be a distant leader and be able to manage or lead effectively. The only way to truly lead effectively is to know your people. Be there, be part of what they do, be part of their daily lives, understand and watch them. So be there, observe, take notes, very important. Sometimes we feel that leadership means, being distant, being separate, and being seen as a different person. That's one of the easiest ways to lose touch. And we've seen it. We see it all over our country. We see it in many places. It's the easiest way to lose touch. So one really, really key thing is get to know the people that work for you. Pay attention to what they are doing. Be clear, very importantly, be clear on what those skill sets that you are looking for, either for current roles or for future roles are. Because if you don't even know what you're looking for, you will not recognize it when it shows up, right? So upfront, be clear on what the skill sets that you are looking for are. And I usually say this, to leaders. It's very, very important that we are clear on the competencies that are required to run our business. What are the core competencies? What are the technical competencies? Only then can we truly be able to look for what we're looking for. So Akinola, if I'm to summarize everything that I've said so far, in answering to your question around recognizing and maximizing skill sets, one is be a present leader. Observe and be willing to do the work to grow those skill sets. Recognize that people do not come to us as finished products. I think if you take a look at Mark 16, so this is a faith-based organization, so I can quote scripture freely. One of the things that Jesus did and showed us very, very clearly in Mark 16, I believe is the last 5 or 6 chapters, that you see an oxymoronic situation there. Jesus starts off those last few chapters by basically saying to his people, showing them what their gaps are. He spent the first verse or 2 of the last 6 chapters highlighting to them what the gaps are. He said, don't you people have faith? You don't believe, etc. And then the next thing he does, very, very strange, is to put them in leadership position. For many of us, once we see gaps in people, we basically believe they are not ready. So sometimes we have to take a gamble on people. And that's one of the key ways that we maximize capacity. You have to, don't close your eyes to the gaps, because that's another problem. Be clear that the gaps are there, but recognize that despite the gaps, recognize when people are ready to be tested. And Jesus took that risk on his people, despite the gap that he had pointed out to them. He didn't paper over it. He was very blunt about it, but then gave them the opportunity to step into those leadership roles. And then guess what else he did? He didn't just walk away from them. What did he do? He sent them the Holy Spirit. And he says, as long as the Holy Spirit is here, I am with you. So that's another thing about maximizing skill sets for people. So you don't just throw people into leadership roles and walk away. He gave them the required support. And of course, the outcome is clear. That's why we're all here today. Within a few years, that band of people with gaps, with skill set challenges, had basically taken over the known world, and their work has continued to give birth to other works 2,000 years after. So I've tried to use that to kind of help us see some of the things that we need to do to be able to understand, recognize, and maximize capacities. Akinola, I hope I've answered your question exhaustively.
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Adeidono. That was really apt. I think one thing that stood out for me from what you said is that we have to be a present leader. That's really struck. Thank you so much. So my question will be to Miss Dr. Dennis. Sorry, Dr. Dennis. From your experience, we've seen you've held various leadership capacities as well. I would like to ask, how do you empower your youth to take ownership of their work and also develop their leadership skill?
Okay, thank you very much. Empowering youths, to take ownership of their lives and indeed to eventually become leaders, because we know, as we've heard from the keynote speaker and indeed the talk on leadership, that leadership is essentially influence, according to the leadership guru, Maxwell. As a community development person, one of the things, that has happened over my career period is the first thing was that I took charge of my development. And so that, led me into a kind of cooperative. The introduction did talk about cooperative movements. The Indian agricultural, because we've talked about our country, and we have said one of the things is that we've not been able to be deliberate, about development. With the Indian program, the Indian agricultural program, which we tried to run in the northern part of this country, we discovered, in triangulating with what happened with India, is to try and mobilize the youths. And I'm talking about, mobilizing the young livestock farmers and getting them, to take charge, of their situations. Well, one can begin to talk about, what happened and what, failed. But one thing with cooperation, especially in handling cooperative movement, is that the youths, the younger people, begin to look at their environment as their own and as their own to lead. Because in such situations that we had, it was such that the elderly people, started giving up, and then the younger people took in. And of course, in the Niger Delta, working with, youths in the Niger Delta, you find that when you get to the communities, most of the community leadership decisions, because leadership is not about age, it's about what are the things influencing decision making. So a lot of focus comes in, therefore, on the youths. And so today, when you are designing programs, when you're talking of people, that will create the change in the community, focus is always on the youths. And indeed, for us in community development in oil and gas in the Niger Delta, as it is in the northern part of, our country, Nigeria, the focus is on the youths. And it can be in education, it can be in training, it can be in skills acquisition and all of that. The focus is that the youths are supposed to take charge of their situation and emerge to become leaders in professions, whether, vocational professions or indeed, other professions like, in the North, it's essentially farming. So there's a great potential that's in the youths that should that should enable them, that should propel them to emerge as leaders. And this country is so blessed that if indeed some of these programs and situations are brought fully into bear, I believe that we will be marching towards, the El Dorado that we desire for our country. So for us, the program is to energize the youths, is to sensitize the youths, and bring out, the massive potentials. And we've seen it. When it comes to, one of the leaders talked about the power of the social media. Who are the leaders in IT? These days, even the phone, the older folks don't know about, from the primary school, secondary schools, they can already, know how to do it and whatever, they need to deliver. So basically, there's so much power, there's so much potential that the youths need to unleash to take, over, leadership.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dennis. So you mentioned about cooperation. That is, the leaders have to cooperate with the youth. And then you mentioned that youth have to take charge. I think that is very, very much important. Okay, I'll quickly ask Mrs. Adeiduno once again. Ms. Adeiduno, are you with us? Can you hear us clearly?
I can hear you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I would really want to ask, how does traits like empathy and vulnerability play a role in your leadership? How does empathy and vulnerability, how do they play a role in your leadership from your experiences? Thank you, Ma.
Thank you very much, Akiola. That's a great question. And they don't just play a role, they are fundamental, very, very importantly. So the first question you probably want to ask is, what's empathy? And basically, it's the ability to place yourself where people are or where people have been. And I think leadership practitioners agree that this is such a critical part of being seen as a true leader and being accepted as a true leader. I think it was Teddy Roosevelt, or at least we ascribe that saying to Teddy Roosevelt. There are some people who say they're not sure who exactly it was, who said, people don't really care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I'm sure the young people in the room, if they think through it, the leaders that have made the most impact on their lives are not just people who tell them things or who teach them things, but they are the people who they know truly care about them. That person that gives you a call in school to find out how you are doing. That person who is the person who checks up on you when you're not in church is likely to have more of an impact in leadership on your life than simply the person who stands in the pulpit and says a lot of things to you. And if we take that out of that context and take it into our everyday leadership, as leaders, speaking to the young people in the room now, it's very important to translate that yourselves as you go forward in leadership. Remember, empathy, caring about people is a critical part of leadership, and it helps them trust you. It helps them understand that it's not just about what you want to deliver, it's about knowing that they are important to you. And this is good for the organizations, whether it's a church, whether it's a school, whether it's a company. When people know that you care about them, they will give whatever is required for your business or your organization to prosper. So I cannot overemphasize empathy. And the scriptures are also clear on that. I think the scripture that comes to my mind is Hebrews 4. I think it's in verse 15, where it talks about the fact that Jesus Christ was a high priest that, was touched by the feeling of our infirmities. So he knew, he understood, and so therefore he could help and support. He wasn't just pontificating. He had to come and take on flesh. And we have to do that as leaders. Empathy is critical. Now, let me shift to, because your question is in two parts, empathy and vulnerability. And I think they're actually two sides of the same coin, really. Many times we are not empathetic because we don't want to be vulnerable. We don't want people to know that we have been there, that we have had issues, we have had challenges as well. Like that scripture says, feeling of our infirmities. I'm going to say something that would almost sound sacrilegious now. If we are to actually believe that scripture in Hebrews 4:15, it means that Jesus was tempted to have sex, right? He was surrounded by women all the time. So why did I say that? Empathy and vulnerability. He could be truly empathetic because he wasn't afraid to be vulnerable. He wasn't afraid to let people know that he's been there, he's done that, and he has overcome. So very importantly, young people, be real. And that's something I have worked with young people for over 20 years. They know when you are simply putting up a facade. They know. They may not say it, they know. And they know the questions to ask you and the questions to ask the people that will be real to them. Okay, so very importantly, let's be real. Jesus opened up himself to his people. He lived with them. He didn't just go to the synagogue to speak with them. He lived with them for 3.5 years. And so even when he was crucified, they knew that there's something about this man that they can basically pitch their tends to. I think it's also important when you think vulnerability, let's not be afraid to admit mistakes, as leaders. And young people, again, I'm repeating this to us because many times we see the sorts of facades, the things we see on social media, people look perfect. Even, we use filters. As I was coming on to Zoom this afternoon or this morning, Zoom was encouraging me to put on an eyebrow filter. And I said, but this is not me. Let the real me show. And that's vulnerability. So the society we live in, the props that surround us, encourage us not to be vulnerable. But true, authentic leadership is about vulnerability. Share your struggles, but don't leave people where they are with those struggles. I think two last things I will mention around this subject of vulnerability and empathy is that, sometimes we like to be seen as Superman. So when we want to so this one is another challenging one. People like to hoard work. And I don't know how, Accelerate 1.0 is organized, but I can assure you that this program or this project will succeed when the leaders of this program or this project allow other people to lead. So let's open up the successes that we've had. Let people share in the secrets of our successes. Let them know how it works. It's not magic. This is what I did that made it work. This is what I did not do that I should have done. So I think pretty much those are some of the things that I can share. I know that we're pressed for time and this is a panel conversation, but I do hope that I've been able to share some insights with you around how empathy and vulnerability are so critical to how we lead. Perhaps, if there's opportunity another time, I can share some personal examples as to how that has worked in real practical terms with me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Adeduno. Yeah, you did justice to that. Thank you so much. I noticed you laid emphasis on care, and when people know you care, they are able to go any length for you, especially in an organization. You also mentioned that leaders need to be real. You also mentioned that leaders have to admit their mistakes, and we should allow people share in the secret of our success. That's a huge one. Thank you so much. Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Asao. Okay, I know you're in the we understand you're in the tech space and making waves, and you've held various leadership positions in that space. So I really want to ask, what are the roles of technology and innovation in making life easy, and how do we adopt this among Nigerian youth?
Thank you very much, Akela. So technology, we all know, and we are all using today. to experience ease. In the area of transportation, we've seen what Uber, Bolt, and the rest of them have done for us. Before now, if you want to hail a taxi, you have to go out to do that. And you have to do it in the rain. Today you're here, you're able to do what? Hail your taxi. And when the taxi arrives, immediately you get that prompt on your app, and then you can actually walk out to get that done. That's a practical example of the kind of ease technology has brought to us. And then you can actually take a look at other sectors of the economy where people have introduced technology. If you go to education, you'd see what people are doing currently. A good number of us are doing online courses. We've not been to those schools before. We've not been to those countries before. And we are having all of those things done currently. So that's the power of technology. During the COVID, we had hearings in our court. Lawyers after COVID come to stay. Today we have things like virtual consultation, telemedicine, where doctors can be across the can actually consultation. In some instances, they even carry out and operations. These are things that we can see. We've seen things around, autonomous vehicle, what is coming up in that space. And then the list is endless. And that's the power of technology. Yesterday, I was with some teenagers talking to them about technology during this STEM festival that is still, I think currently is still ongoing. It will be concluding today. And I was telling them that in our days, when we opened our bank account, we had to walk into those banking halls. For you to deposit your money, you have to go in there. For you to go in there. For you to transfer, you have to go in there. And sometimes these people, their branches are far flung, and you have to get in. But as we speak today, even in this hall, there are some of us that have not walked into a banking hall in the last 3, 4, 5 years. For Gen Z, you don't even know what a banking hall looks like. With OPay, MoneyPoint, Kuda, and the rest of them, you've always been doing it, through your mobile app. That's the power of technology. Now, there's one consumer of this technology, another thing to what? To also be part of those that are developing. The part that for me interests me, and that's what I've been doing in the last 20 years, to see how I'll be part of those, developing technology that different sectors of the economy, can use. And then, of course, advance, convenient, ease, reduce costs, and then ultimately improve efficiency and effectiveness of people. So for the young people, you need to, first and foremost, know that in your own time and age, everything is going to rise and fall around technology. Technology is going to be the mainstay. Okay, there was a time they talked about industrialization. Now we are talking about the information age. And what AI is doing is mind-blowing. I mean, every day, in the last 1 month, we've been testing, one of our AI products around court reporting. What major challenges, you have in the judiciary in Nigeria is the long hand. If you've ever been to a court, the proceeding, the magistrate or the judge will, after you speak a while, say, wait, because they're right. And some of them have been sent to their early graves because of continuous writing, veins, rupture, long writing. TAs, you are doing the same thing. The backache and all manner of ill health. And, we've been toying with this technology since we came with the court management information system. We've not been able to tackle it. But in the last 1 month, with what AI is doing and the progress made to get an AI tool that will be able to give us, over 80% of voice to text. And, did some stuff here pilots, and then I went does this stuff. We managed most of those courts across the country. So, we're able to do the pilots, and it's coming out so well. And we are wondering, 2 years ago, we wanted to hire stenographers, across the country, and it takes 18 months to train one stenographer. Okay. Here, with the tool that we have, anybody that knows how to use technology, we'll just walk in, use that tool, and then, voila, you've gotten your record of proceeding. That is the power of AI. Last week, after routine medical check, there were some tests that we had to do, and then we did the test, and the results came out, sync lab. We didn't understand the result, okay? So immediately, I just told my wife, okay, let's check it up. Then let's wait for the doctor. I said, well, the doctor is delaying, let's check it up. So we checked it up. And then, AI tool just does everything. So we were waiting for the doctor, and then, he gave that, he interpreted, and it was 100%. In fact, we were the ones adding certain things that he didn't even say, and it was like, how? He said, we checked it up. So that is the power. So you get down to see a doctor, you even know, what the doctor knows of time. That is the power of technology. There's what is called, the singularity of profession now with AI tool, where of us, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm an architect, because of what AI is doing, okay? And so we need to see how we can embrace technology so that we can leverage it, if we want to progress, in this time and age. Very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asau, for that great enlightenment. Mr. John Alamu, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, trust me, we did not forget you. Sir, as a skill and competency management person, I think one important skill I've come to realize that we youth of today, we lack is conflict resolution skill. Agreed? So I do want to ask, in your years of experience, we've seen that you've held various leadership capacities in the oil and gas industry. We really want to know, how have you been able to do this, resolving conflict, and what techniques have proven most effective in resolving conflicts constructively? You would also agree with me that wherever you have human beings, trust me, you would definitely have conflict. So what are the methods that you have used in handling this constructively? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to my co-panelists, the organizers of Accelerate 1.0. It's a pleasure to be here. You are very right, Mr. Moderator, that in all human endeavors, you would have conflict. And particularly in a fast-moving industry like the oil industry, where things are ever changing, where performance is key, where it's very competitive. It's unwritten, but then it's very competitive. The drive to deliver and to perform creditably is actually making everybody to want to shine, if I can use that word. So in the process of trying to excel, trying to do things correctly and well, conflicts are bound to occur, and they do occur in my own experience. The other thing is that the input of one person, or the result of one person's job, is the input of another person's contribution. So when the result coming from someone else, which forms an input into another person's contribution, when it's not as of the quality that is required, I mean, there is bound to be some pushback, some challenge, and all that. And some people don't take things kindly. Some assume pointing out their error is a form of criticism. And like we have been taught by some of the panelists, you know, these are days of emotional intelligence. We know how to point people's attention to their error without making them feel offended. Some don't have that emotional intelligence, so conflicts arise. The way I have managed conflict amongst staff and people who work for me is to first try to be neutral and not show favoritism or liking for any particular side, but to maintain neutrality and also taking time to understand what the issues are, taking time to know what really led to the issues and what could have been done differently and all of that. And when I have understood all the issues, the first thing I have to do is to get the parties concerned to understand that conflicts are unhelpful. They are also unhealthy for business, and we should not allow it. And going from there, I try to now talk to either party to see what they could have done differently that would have helped to avoid or avert the conflict, or what they could also do even at that point to actually resolve the issues. And sometimes there are still arguing, voices get raised and all of that. I say, no, you are not leaving this place until we have resolved all this. By the grace of God, I don't separate my spiritual life from my secular life or business life. It's one and the same. So for me, if conflicts must be avoided from the perspective of the Word of God, then it must be avoided in the workplace, regardless of who is involved. So I do everything to ensure that parties forgive one another for whatever may have occurred, and that they see a need to collaborate, they see a need to work together, they see a need to put the issues behind them and to face the next challenge. I had a particular case which was very serious, and I didn't know about it. Other people in my department got to know, but I didn't know. And when I found out, I called the two people concerned. One was a supply chain person who is a resident in the team. The other person is a project manager. And when I listened to the case, it was very, very complex, very, very complex. And I wondered that we had such deep-seated issues within the team that had led to acrimony and all kinds of ill feelings. And they were not on talking terms. And when I saw that, I was trusting God for the wisdom to go about it. Then I said, if I go into attempting to resolve the issues or deciding who is right, who is wrong, we would never see the bottom of the issues. So I told the two parties concerned, and I said, I've heard you. I understand the issues. I know all the bruises have been there, all the hurts have been there, and all of that. But today marks the end of all those bruises and offenses, and we have to bury them here in this room. You know what? We have to put behind us all that has happened. We have to throw them into the sea of forgetfulness, forgive each other. What I need you to do now is, right now, I need you to hug each other. One was a man, one was a woman. So I need you to hug each other, embrace each other, and let that be the story going forward. This issue is dead and buried. It would not reoccur. And I want to see both of you relating properly from this point going forward. And to my dismay, they both laughed embraced each other, hugged, and left my room. And they practically just said thank you to me, and they left. And that was the end of the issue. So when I'm trying to resolve these things, I'm also checking to find out what will be the wisdom of God. What wisdom will God lend me here to be able to manage this? And I think being careful to avoid trading blames, being careful to avoid assigning faults here and there is actually one of the things that has helped me in conflict resolution. They're always there, but they can be managed. That would be my response.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Alamu. Before we ask the next question, I would like the audience to please pen down your questions. So after this question, we'll be receiving questions from the audience. All right, Mr. John Alamu, I'm still with you. And I really want to ask, okay, personally, I'm quite big on feedback. And I think feedback is such a mechanism that would really help us as leaders. So I want to ask, how do you foster a culture of constructive feedback and continuous improvement? And what practices help ensure that feedbacks are both given and received effectively? You'd agree that maybe because of the kind of country that we are in, maybe Yoruba, Igbo, or whatever, you see that especially if you have a line or a manager, giving feedback might be quite difficult and you may actually be misconstrued. So we really want to know as youth in the house that how do we foster a culture of constructive feedback and how do we do it that feedbacks are given and are also being received effectively? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. The other time I spoke about emotional intelligence, but not just that. Feedback is important and it's critical. And feedback should cover both performance, behavioral attitudes, uh, uh, perhaps conduct, and even office etiquette and all of that. The truth is, we are all different, and some people do better than others. There must be a process that we have in place to deliberately provide feedback to everybody. And in the workplace, it's typical to have seasons for feedback, maybe at the end of an appraisal cycle and all of that. What I do is to manage feedback as a continuum. I don't wait until it's a season to actually provide feedback to anyone. If I receive a quality of work that is not good enough, that the person who delivered it needed to improve upon, I don't just throw it back. What I do, I ask the individual to come over to my office and to explain in clear terms what could have been done differently, what are the elements that are missing, what are the elements that are misrepresented, what are the elements that were wrong, and what were the aspects that were not well researched, and make the individual see how to improve the quality of that work. And we go through it from the beginning to the very end. And at the end of the day, amazingly, when you now say, now with what you know, can you go and make another attempt and turn it in? You see how beautiful the individual has been able to actually, how he has been able to turn around the submission beautifully. You just wonder that that individual could do that level of quality work. If you give the person the impression that I never do well, this is too poor, how can you? In my own career, in those days in Shell, in my department, there was one of the very senior engineers then who would ask his staffs, what secondary school did you go? Which university did you go? You know, whenever they did something shoddy. But that would only get people to withdraw into their shell and to do terrible work. Now, feedback does not have to be negative. There is also positive feedback. And when people have done something that is worthy of commendation, we have to also let them know, and we have to encourage them to keep it up and all of that. When you have, for example, if there is a management presentation and you have a staff who actually did the preparatory work and did the presentation and has done well, sometimes immediately the session is over, I call the individual to actually commend the individual. Other times, the commendation is coming when the individual has left the room and management review is done and comments are made. I call the person and also pass those comments to that individual so that he is encouraged and he keeps up the good performance. Now, in my previous life, there was a system whereby you must get rid of the least performer at the end of a reporting cycle. You must get rid of the least performer because you arrange staff in a ranked order, and the rule is that the bottom 10% of the population must go at the end of a year. Now, when I see that with the way a staff is going, it would likely end up in that band if something does not change. I have to begin to engage and begin to provide support for that individual so that it does not end up in the bottom of the pack at the end of the day. But where the individual has failed to take the instruction or take the help to improve him or herself, there will be no option. And at that time, I feel justified actually pass the sad news across because I have done what I ought to do in the process of time to make sure that individual does not end up in the bottom of the pack. At that time, it's a sad moment because you have to inform the individual that he needs to leave the company. That kind of unplanned severance. And there were other cases where even though the individual ends up at the bottom of the pack, but because I believe he made very credible effort, I go back to the leadership to present a case to actually secure a waiver to allow the person stay on. And I got that a good number of times. But when an individual has to go because he or she failed to rise up to the challenge, at the end of the day, it's clear that I have done my bit. I have done everything I could have done. I remember a particular case as I was passing on that verdict that the staff started to cry, and I started to cry as well. And I embraced him, say, well, you did not take your learning here, and here we are helpless. We have to exercise this verdict. However, the worst is not over. When you have moved on, any opportunity you find anywhere else that you believe will be good for you, if we can help, please let us know. I will be happy to support you. And he left, and not too long, he found an opportunity. They contacted me for a recommendation, and I gave very clear recommendation. And I said, if this is what we want this individual to do, he can do this, he can do this, he would need help in this area, he would need help in this area. And he was given the job. And this is more than 12, 13 years, he's still in that organization. So it's about fairness at the end of the day. That's what I would say. I don't know if this helps.
Yes, thank you so much. Some of the things that stood out from what you said, emotional intelligence and feedback has to be something continuous. And at the same time, the word feedback, I think, has been marginalized in this part of the world. So when we mention feedback in Nigeria, wow, your heart starts to pump. So we should understand that feedback does not necessarily mean something negative. It can also be something positive. So at this time, we'd like to have questions from the audience. Please, if you have questions, let me see your hands up. Okay. All right. Sorry, your hands up, please. Kindly tell us your name and your question. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you to the speakers and the organizers of this program. My name is Confidence Chisoma Jonathan, and I'm so happy to be here. I actually have two questions, one for the Mr. Aggie and the one for Dr. Dennis. The first question is this. I'm currently running a master's program on oil and gas, and I'm likely to write my dissertation on host communities, managing host communities, particularly with the current Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 that introduced the Host Community Trust Fund. Dr. Dennis, my question is addressed to you. How do you manage sectional interests? For instance, a host community have different kindreds advocating for different amenities from an ROC or an indigenous oil company. How do you manage this sectional interest to make sure that the community development is achieved without offending any party? That's for you, Mr. Dennis. And to Mr. Aggie, my question is on leadership. You made mention of the fact that leadership is about people, and that is actually correct. How do we ensure that the leaders we have today, because we all know that Nigeria has a problem of quality leadership. So how do we ensure that these leaders, the people we are voting for, they give us what we want, the dividends of democracy? Are we to ensure there is a leadership academy? Because I know that is the trend. We have leadership academy even in the US where people go and get trained. It's in this part of the world, in this climate, where we don't have such things. So, sir, can we advocate that there should be a leadership academy where all elected individuals must attend that leadership academy, get certificates, and they are ready to lead us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. Sorry, before our speakers answer, please, when asking your questions, make it succinct. Then our leaders will employ that. If you're able to answer the question in 1 minute, would appreciate that. Thank you, because of our time.
Okay, thank you very much. I wonder how, because her question is at the heart of community development management. But I'll try. In the Niger Delta, the relationship between the host communities and the oil and gas companies have come a very long way. And it has kept emerging over the years. From when the policy was to just do community development as a good to do, to today when it is now a law. Now, in those days, there could be a lot, there were a lot of conflicts because one individual will go in or a company will say, oh, okay, we'll give these and all of that based on the whims and caprices of, the officials until we got to a situation like 20 years ago when the GMOU came into force. The GMOU is Global Memorandum of Understanding. And the concept is that rather than go dictate to the community, with the community and in participation with the community, you determine what the community's needs are, and community clusters are given funds and they decide their own development. The PIA that is currently being developed right now, it's a direct consequence of the GMOU. The only difference is that the PIA, which has a metamorphosis to the host Community Development Trust Fund, has the force of law where the oil and gas companies must contribute statutorily 3% of their operating cost to host communities. In the several clusters that I've had the opportunity, of consulting for and witnessing, the oil companies bring the community clusters together, and the community clusters within themselves dialoguing. I talked about the concept of cooperation. They will decide by way of needs assessment. This is our needs. They have what is their community development plan. It's not easy, but these are framework that are within the concept of that law to avoid much of the conflict. And I can tell you that it has gone a long way, not to completely eliminate conflict, because even in the family there's conflict, but it has gone a long way to ameliorate conflict. In the OML 17 where we operate, beginning on Tuesday, we're going to be having a 2-day stakeholders workshop to try and bring everybody together. As we hit the ground running with host community development trust. It's an effort that must constantly be jigged and rejigged. And if it is done properly, I believe it will lead to development, conflict will go down, and Nigeria will be better off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have to give the mic to Mr. Ebenezer to answer the second question.
All right, so I'm going to answer in 1 minute, like the moderator said. It's simple. A people get the leader that they deserve. When people are vying for office, forget about leadership academy, that's fantastic. People can go to school, but may not have school transform them. You are who you are. If leadership is about people, you want to find out, does this person care? What we said, part of the characteristics of the quality of a leader is someone who cares about the people. So if we're going to vote for someone to lead us, let's look at the records. What is the antecedent of this person? You get it? And that's why in some part of the world, for you to even qualify, you have to tick the box on so many things. So if somebody comes today and says, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and you vote for him, who is this person? Where was he born? How has he grown? What has been, we know, we have history. Okay? A person who is not, minded, people-minded, will not become people-minded because he's gone to school in 2 years. I'm sorry. So it starts from we knowing the persons we vote for. Forget about whether the votes really manifest, but let's start from the grassroots. It is we that needs to determine the kind of leader that we get.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ebenezer. Please kindly note your question should be short, please, because of our time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the speakers. My questions rather. As a generation, I believe that we have ingrained and on accountability. So the first question for Mrs. Uba, if she can answer, any other speaker can answer. How can a person unlearn these negative attributes? And the second question is for Mr. Age. How can a person learn to be more people-centered? And the last question is for Mr. Asawo. How can you execute an idea when you don't feel competent? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't know. I'm not sure Mrs. Adeidono is still with us. Would appreciate if Mr. John Alamu can take that first question.
Yeah, I think the question for Mrs. Uba is how can you unlearn the wrong attitudes or behaviors? I think that's a difficult question. I would just piggyback to the response that Mr. Age just gave us. This is now down to the individual, and there would be a deliberate effort on the part of someone to change. Of course, there will be opportunities to know what needs to change, and also feedback contributes to that. When you have known what needs to change, when you have known what it is that is not acceptable, I think it makes sense to actually do everything possible under God and under the sun to turn that around and to unlearn such behaviors. But I think something that may be in the way is personal arrogance, or perhaps when a man is set in his ways and he thinks very highly of himself, he does not see the need to change. So it's down to the individual, actually. If I know that something is militating against my progress, against my success, common sense suggests that I should unlearn that and embrace the right habits, the right behaviors, the right values that will put me where I want to be. I think it's more of a personal decision. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Alamu. Mr. Ebenezer, in 1 minute, can you please answer your question? Thank you, sir.
All right. So if I hear what she's asking, and I think it ties to what Mr. Alamu just said, how do you learn to be a people person, right? That's the question. People-centered person. I think it's a collective thing. We have to change our value system. That's where it starts from. We have to change our value system to the point where, like you said, we celebrate people who are arrogant. We celebrate people who are not people-centered, right? Now, if we change the value system, and it's a collective thing, and it starts from what we're doing here and what happens in churches, and everybody knows what is right to do. And like you said, we just have to be intentional that we want to do the right things, right? Organizations that have seen change and transformation is because they decided collectively we're going to change. A time was in this part of the world, in Nigeria, where our value system was the right way up, right? I remember the first time I got my first car and I drove to the house, and my father was like, "Where did you get the money?" And I'm like, "Sorry, I just got employed in an oil company. I got the money." You understand? He didn't believe that I should. It's a different ballgame today. In fact, if you go and your mates are buying cars, where's your own? Not asking how. So it's a change of value system. We preach this in the churches. We say this in forums like this. We need to collectively decide that we want to change. Until we do that, that's when, the real change will happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ebenezer. Please a round of applause for him. Okay, excuse me. Hello. Uncle Chooks has something to say, please. Just in 30 seconds, sir.
No, thank you. I just wanted to build on what John said with respect to unlearning, because nature abhors vacuum. So if you're learning something that is wrong, you have to be learning something that is right to fill in the space. So it's a question of identifying, these are the things I want to learn, and this is where I want to head to. You're right. So that intentionality is there, right? And then focus your strength on learning what will move you in the direction you want to go. Consequently, those other bad things will begin to give way. So there must be a positive substitution, conscious and focused. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are wrapping it up. We cannot do it all, but I believe that the little that we have heard would definitely multiply in our sand. We are going out of this place as change makers. We have come to the end of this panelist session. We still have more sessions to go, and trust me, we have a lot to learn. Thank you so much. Thank you, our speakers, for coming. We do appreciate you. All right, please, let's come together for.
Mr. Ebenezer, please come up for a group photograph in this session. Dr. Thank you. And when the group photograph,
To you alone, God, be all the glory and honor forever.
believe me, when the picture comes out, you all be looking amazing in it. Trust me. All right, when we started, I said that we were going to feed you physically. I meant it, right? And that time has come. I know. I know. I totally relate. Okay. Yes, we're having a networking lunch right now. And so I wanted to confirm how that is going to work. Thank you, Joe. 1 second, please. Just 1 second. All right, great. I had to have a mini tete-a-tete. All right, so this is how it's going to work. Please remain seated. The ushers will start serving right about now. Once you're done collecting your lunch, network with somebody, because I will come back to ask you. And I think it's just important that you also mingle with people. There will be people here who have answers to the questions that you have. And I'm very aware that we couldn't take all the questions. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to interact and network with people. All right, so please be seated. While you're seated, you can talk to the person right beside you, behind you, in front of you. I don't know how you want to do it, but definitely network with somebody. Thank you. DJ, over to you.
Hallelujah. To you alone.
What is also going on? I have a couple of announcements for us. We have a career fair. We have trial job interview sessions and job interview sessions. Also, just how to be able to comport yourself during interviews. There are times when you submit your CV and then you go for interview. They tell you, they say, tell me about yourself. And you're wondering, but you have my CV. What else do you want me to tell you? You know, those are the kind of things that will be answered today. Also, for those who submitted applications for the educational support and business grants, don't go nowhere, because the money I have is when I call your name and you're not here, I jump and pass, literally, to the next person. So please don't go nowhere. Yeah.
Incomparable God, that's who you are. You do things no man can do. You move in ways minds can't comprehend. You are God in a class of your own. You know better than all of you. From age to age, you never change. The ancient one, still the timeless one. The God who's faithful will never fade.
I'm glad that network done well. I have a announcement. So, while we're having the part session, the program's manager and founder, Sonia, that's Mrs. Joyce Wanache, walked in. Glad to have you, Mrs. Joyce Wanache. We also have Shamane, who is the Director of Engineering Philantro Lab. Director of Engineering Philantro Lab. And we have Mr. Pakwini Rabor, who is the Regional Manager, South Bank of Industry. When we come back from our networking session, I will talk about my interaction with Mr. Pakwini Rabor. It's so good to have him here. Yes, sir. It's so good to have you here. That is a perfect example of networking. I do have that story, and I'll share it with us when we come up with the
That no matter, you move in ways that my eyes can comprehend. You are
stretch your legs. We've been seated for a long time. Stretch your legs so that the blood muscles can work like it. Blood circulation, stand up circulation. Engage, engage, engage.
Sits in the heavens, oh God. To face no man can do. I can't see in the darkness. My portion is the light of God. I can't see in obscurity. My portion is the glory of God. If you believe it, my light shines through me. So me. I can't see in the darkness. My portion is the light of God. I can't see in obscurity. My portion is the glory of God. If you believe it, my light shines through me. So me. If you can see, my light shines through me. So me. There's a secret, supernatural secret. There's a secret, there's a secret, supernatural secret. There's a secret. My heart is so beauty.
I can't remain in nobody. Another eyes that you believe my actions to be tasty. You can see supernatural city. Jesus, Jesus, you made a way, you made a change. That's all you be. That's all you be. You're the shepherd of my life. You're the shepherd of my life. Doesn't look for you. Then would I agree? Shut the blood of my soul. Then out of your way.
Jesus, my Lord, you never fail, you never change. You're the love of my life. The love of my life. It's not fun. Tell me when I'm falling. Lord of my soul, Lord, I love you. It's not for you. Shepherd of my soul, Lord, I love you. Father, Father, please worship is yours. Father, Father, please worship is yours. From the depth of my soul, Father, please worship is yours. Father, Father,
this worship is yours. Our Father, this worship is yours. From my heart, from the depths of my soul, Father, this worship is yours. Father, Father, this worship is yours. Father, Father, this worship is yours. From my heart, from the depths of my soul, Father, this worship is yours. Is yours. This worship is yours. My Father, this worship is yours. Oh, yeah. Father, Father, this worship is yours. From your Father, this worship is yours. Father, Father, this worship is yours. Father, Father, this worship is yours. From my heart, from Father, this nation is yours. Father, Father, this home is yours. Father, Father, this home is yours. And I Father, this home is yours. So my Father,
Hello, Igniters. So we have 5 more minutes before we move to our next session. If you're outside, please start making your way back into the auditorium. If you're still having your lunch, please round that up as soon as possible. We have 5 more minutes and then we'll move to the next session. Just like Olamide told us, We have the career fair session coming up. We still have the panelist session coming up. We still have the grants that are going to be awarded. Yeah, we have the grants that are going to be awarded, the education support. We have companies here already. We have workforce. We have other companies here that are going to be handling the career fair. So we just want to make sure that we're maximizing our time. So we have 4 minutes now. Thank you.
I have seen the goodness of the Lord. I enjoy the favor of the Lord. I enjoy the favor of the Lord. I enjoy the favor of the it's my turn. It's my number. Joins and say amen. This year, I'm flourish this year. Joins and say no problem. Everything I do, my body with me, I'm a testimony. It's my turn. It's my time. What you and all that you do. I have come to give you worship. I have come to give you thanks. I have come to give you praises. I have come to lift my hands to Papa. Only you deserve my worship. Only you deserve my praise. Your name I will exalt. Your banner I will raise. Oh, Papa.
Just thinking about 58 seconds. Please come back.
Thank you for peace of mind. Thank you for mercy. Lord, you've been so good to me. Oh, thank you for love. Thank you for peace of mind.
I will give thanks to you. You need a victory. Yeah, I will give thanks to you. Take me from the grave, take me to the land. To all you love for me. Yes, I will. I will give thanks to you. Give you a promise again.
Lunch networking time is over. Please, can we all be seated? Please. Please, let's be seated. Thank you so much. And I do have like this little story I said I was going to share about how I met Mr. Parkins Irabo. And that's still like the benefit of networking. So if you did not utilize this networking session well, I hope after my story, when we have another opportunity to network, you can, just leverage on it better. So I think I was in 400 level. I think I was in 400 level at the University of Ibadan when I was hosting an event for a friend. It was free. That's another volunteering hack. So I was hosting this event for a friend in Ibadan, and Mr. Parkins Irabo was one of the speakers. And I remember that after the event, we started talking, and he asked me, "Oh, what are you doing now?" And I gave him the whole spiel of, "I'm a law student." "Okay, beautiful. What do you want to do with that?" So I was like, to be very honest, I know that I'm not practicing law in that sense, but I'm not sure what I really want to do. And I told him how I have dabbled into radio presenting. I thought I was going to probably go into human resource management. I thought I was going to do public relations, and I was still studying law, and I was doing like side courses for all those things. And so he said, "Well, do you know that, people are not very aware of the different aspects of law?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Okay, so what else are you passionate about?" That's Mr. Parkins Rebel, by the way. So he said, "What else are you passionate about?" And I said, "I'm really passionate about children." And so he asked, "Have you thought about something that has to do, law that has to do with children?" This was in his car, by the way. Like, "Have you thought about law that has to do with children?" And I said, "Actually, I haven't." So, "Well, you're passionate about children, you're studying law, there definitely must be that link." I said, "All right." And let's just say that we sort of kept speaking. And shortly after that, I realized, you know what, there is child's right law. And not a lot of people are aware that the child's right law exists. So why don't I, sorry about that. Sorry. Why don't I simplify the child's right law such that children and adults are able to know about it? To cut the very long story short, I wrote my first book as a result of an encounter I had with Mr. Parkins Irabo. So please, can we give him a round of applause? And I was just telling him now that out of that first book, I developed a board game, and that book already has a younger sibling, which I will be publishing very soon. So you see how that one encounter can just spiral into several other things. I said all this to say, please utilize networking sessions very well. And I believe that at some point in time, there'll be tips for networking and things like that, because some people overdo it, and yeah, it can just be very, very tiresome. All right, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now, I go back to the job that I was employed for. Okay. So as part of, this program, there was something that was introduced, which is an educational support. And please, can I have the LinkedIn back? Can I have the LinkedIn back, please? Right. So while that is coming up, and one of the things that the organizers decided was we want to give certain people sponsorship based on a certain criteria. And so people were asked to write an essay. If you participated in that essay, can I see your hands? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. Sweet, great. Right, and you submitted your essays, and I can tell you that it was vetted by an independent body, not I, but by an independent body that can testify that it went through a very rigorous process. There was no form of, what do you call that thing again? Sorry? There was no rigging. It was very free. It was through a very free and fair process. And so I will be calling up Engineer Chooks KOB, yes, for the announcements. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Let's keep clapping as it comes up. Media team, do you have the song ready? Don't worry. So, ladies and gentlemen, after a process of rigorous vetting of candidates who submitted essays that went through intense scrutiny, research, and judicious time spent, I'm pleased to announce that we now have our top 5 candidates. Of those top 5, we're only mentioning 2 now. So please stay till the end.
All right. Thank you so much. It is my singular pleasure and honor. The person that came number 2. Okay, in no particular order. Do we have Mr. Emmanuel Ugo? Oh, somebody's going to stand up. Great. Congratulations. And the second person, Imolohome Martida. I hope name. Oh, okay. Are you?
I'm standing tall right now. Rolling on that'll be great. Great I in me.
All right. On behalf of the organizers of Accelerate 1.0, it's my singular pleasure to present to you this token of support. We look forward to greater participation and more successes for you in the future ahead. Congrats.
I'm standing tall right now. Rolling on that'll be great.
Matilda.
Great I in me. And he that is in the world. I'm a champion.
Well, I think Just for those of us who do not like to take things seriously, I'm sure for any student in Nigeria, the amount in this for the winners, it makes a lot of difference. You all will attest to that, right? If you get this as a pocket money, that means a lot. So Matilda, congratulations. And on behalf of the organizing committee, it's my singular pleasure to present to you this token of support to you. Wishing you more success in the future, and please keep going. Don't stop. All right. God bless.
Thank you so much. Please can we give them a round of applause? Please give them a round of applause. Amazing. And thank you so much to the organizers of this. Thank you for saying what you promised. Thank you for doing what you promised to do. Thank you so much. So I've tried once again to learn a few slangs. And if you can teach me, please, I'm very, very open to learning. That said, area. Is it I did not say it well? Or it caught you unawares? Happened. I didn't say it well. I should say it again. Sorry? Didn't hear that. No, what? What? But it's the people that are teaching me now. Potako people, come and teach me. What's going on? People should teach me, please. Come and meet me after now to teach me. Thank you so much. That said, media team, are you ready for me? Great. So that said, remember that this is a boot camp. It is still a boot camp. We'll be having the first personal branding address right about now.
Odishika Abigail Ado, a seasoned human resources professional and talent manager with over 8 years of experience in the maritime, oil and gas industry. Odishika excels in using HR management and business intelligence tools as a data analyst to streamline vessel crewing functions. She is a Yali Fellow, a global shaper with the World Economic Forum, a McKinsey Ford Africa Fellow, and a Chevening Scholar with extensive volunteer experience and leadership capabilities. She designs and implements impactful HR methodologies and promotes sustainable development through leading humanitarian projects. Passionate about youth development and capacity building, Odishika also enjoys traveling, playing board games, and dancing as ways to connect with people. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Odishika Abigail Ado.
Coming. Let's keep it coming, people.
Hi, I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. Good afternoon, everybody. Such an honor to be on the session. Thank you to the Ignite Pro community. Amazing to be here. I've been here since morning and it's been amazing listening to all the speakers. Hello to my NCBC Port Harcourt family. Well done to everybody. Well done to the Accelerate 1.0 team. This is such an awesome program in our recent times. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. So just a quick one. Today, I'm going to be talking on personal branding. So just give me a few minutes. I'm unable to share my slides at the moment. Host, please, can you give me sharing rights? Thank you. Hi, host. If you can hear me, can you please give me a bit of sharing rights so that I can share my slides? Thank you.
We're currently working on it. Give us about
Okay.
a minute or two.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay. Okay, great. I should be able to do that now. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, that should be up now. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm just going to be talking quickly on personal branding. Enough about me. Okay, when I thought about doing the personal branding slides and just talking about the topic, I wanted to make sure that it resonates to everybody, which is why I decided to have several definitions so that it's, kind of resonates to every single person. So the first one I thought about was it's a conscious effort that you put in to define who you are as a person, right? To promote yourself, your brand, your business, your circle of influence, whatever it is, just to have that larger impact. And it's building a reputation for yourself, an identity that you want to maintain to have that level of trust from people. Also, the bigger one that I thought about is creating that unique image for yourself, like the impression you want to have about yourself. You cannot be blue in the morning and yellow at night, right? So there has to be consistency in your word, in what you do, in your comments. And most often I tell my friends, I tell people around me, never to comment in spaces that don't relate to who they are as a person and as a brand, because people research, right? And I'm sure some of us have seen experiences of people who are maybe now big shots in the industry, and somebody just goes on Twitter or some part of social media to kind of resurrect something from the past. We say blast from the past, right? So it's important that when you're commenting in spaces, understand that your brand is also important. And then it's being deliberate about showcasing your skills, that distinctive identity about yourself. What do you want people to know about you, about your skills? What's the value you want to project to people? That's your brand, right? And you can't talk about personal branding without, please, if my voice is a bit husky, I have a bit of cold, so please bear with me. If you can't talk about personal branding without talking about the why, the what and the how. And I broke it down in a way that say that the why is the purpose of your existence. Why do you want to be a brand? Why do I want to do this? Why am I pursuing this? What's the essence of doing this as a business, as a person, as an individual? Why am I doing this? Right? So that's where you begin to define what exactly you want to put out there for your audience. And then the what is, okay, I have this skill set as a person, as an individual. What's the product I want to deliver? What's the service I want to give to people? What do I want to be known for? What defines me? The behaviors, the products I want to deliver to people, the services, even you as an individual, how do you want to deliver this brand, this persona? So that's the what. And then the how is now, okay, now I know my why, I know my what. Now, how do I want to project this? How do I want people to see this? This is now you being unique to yourself. This is you being, putting your reputation out there, building your reputation, your brand, that thing that sets you apart from the people that are out there, the crowd. What sets you apart as a person, as an individual? That's where your how comes in, because it's where your perception begins to come in. Your perception is very important because it develops, something that people can resonate to, something that people can be part of. That's you now building trust with the people that are around you. And then you can't really talk about personal branding without talking about the brand itself. And I decided to break it down, so that we can just, understand whether it's the business you're starting, whether it's your person, the blue is the B rather is the blueprint, right? I want to start something. What is the map? What is my vision board, right? It's the master plan of what I want to deliver to my audience. And I always say that when you're building your brand or your person, there's a story behind who you are as a person. There's always a story behind every brand. That's the brand perception. So it's important that you have that in place, that narrative that you want people to see, that personal touch. And then the R is the relationship. Okay, I'm building a brand. I'm not alone. I'm a person. I interact with people. I have friends. I have family. What's the concept you're building for your audience? What are you crafting? That's where your brand statement now comes in. I want to attract this. I want to be known for this. It's now like the psychological relationship that you create with people. You're playing with their mind so that when they think about your brand, they think about you, right? You're building a brand. You don't build it in isolation. Get mentors, get people in association, work with people, spend time to glean and learn from people. And, that kind of helps you, not just in your business, but also as a person, right? We are not an island, so it's important that you create relationship. That helps you as a brand. You have the opportunity to ask questions and learn from other people. And then the other one, which is in the middle, right? It's like it's holding everything, is agreement. It's like a promise that you give to your customers or your consumers or your friends, your family, right? Are your words honorable? Do you honor agreements? They say a lot of us are used to African mind time. They say it's 2 o'clock and you're coming at 3:30, right? And then you have an excuse. That's what it has to do with branding. People subconsciously just create a brand about you without you knowing, right? So the strongest force in human personality is being able to stay consistent in what you do, right? The identity that you are is everything that it is to you. And that's what people will see. So honor your agreement, and the nature, the end is the nature, the inherent nature of your business. So I want to start something. What do I want to be known for? Is it the style, the character? Is it my slogan? Some of us, we build brands and our logos are very interesting, right? People see your logo and they cannot resonate. So you need to be able to attract people. What is the theme color of your logo? Take, for instance, I would leech on Accelerate. Accelerate, their team color is purple. It's just beautiful, right? In all their images, they stayed consistent in one picture. You're creating a brand and your first image is black and yellow. The other one is purple and green. What do you want people to see? Once they see, they just think about your brand. They already just know. It's like, let the image of your brand, your person, consume the hearts of people. Let them just know that, oh, that's Abigail's brand. That's her brand. That's what she does. Let people think of your product in a way that they think of you. So that's the nature of your product. Some banks are blue. EcoBank, First Bank, Stanbic IBTC, they're all blue. Blue Royalty. Wema Bank is purple, right? And Purity. So what do you want to be known for? That's the inherent nature of your business. That's where your personality sets in. And then the D is the distinctiveness, the uniqueness of your brand. How important is it? Make sure that you stand out from the crowd. And then quickly, I'm creating a brand. What do I do? Self-assessment. Define your audience. Self-assessment is, what are my strengths? What can I deliver? If I start this thing, I will finish them. If I start this thing, can I continue? What are the weaknesses, the values? What are the values I want to project? What is my end goal? You start a business and then 3 months down the line, you're like, no, I've packed it up, right? Then identify your audience, know the people that you want to render services to. Whether it's your career, whether it's your startup, whatever it is as a person, identify the people around you. Then create a brand statement and embody your story. I talked about having a story, a narrative that starts your brand. And then online presence. We all know the world is quite global. There's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. Engage, try to be tech savvy, try to communicate, try to sell your brand. And then network. Join relevant groups, join associations, go for training, socialize, sell what you do as a person. And then you can't do all that I've said without having your brand statement. Your brand statement is so important. Some of our organizations have missions, values, and all that. What's your brand statement? Who are you as a person? What do you do? What sets you really apart from other people? That's the powerful tool that you communicate with others. Be clear and concise. Some people can have, I don't know if Chicken Republic's logo is filling bellies, but you think of food, you think of Chicken Republic, you think of Kilimanjaro, right? It's clear, it's concise. Let your statement be clear. Let people see your statement and understand and remember who you are and what you do. And then focus on the unique thing you want to give to people. Then be authentic. I think one of our speakers from the last panel talked about authenticity, being true to yourself as a leader, as a young person. And then tailor your statement to your audience. And then don't forget to communicate. Every time that you have, just communicate. And then I also wanted to put this there to say that, yes, I'm starting something. Yes, I'm doing something, but you are the embodiment of your own brand. You are your biggest ambassador. This is where your why now comes into the actual picture of what you're doing, right? You're your biggest ambassador. Why am I doing this? Why should people trust me? This is the period where you'll begin to exhibit behaviors. If there are behaviors that you've been doing that you need to stop that doesn't reflect well on your brand, drop them. If there are behaviors that you need to amplify that you're doing well so that people can trust you, this goes to business owners, startups, this goes to leaders, young people like ourselves. It's important that you begin to ignite those behaviors and then be intentional about the image you're portraying at every single time. Every single time your brand, while we are all seated at the hall, we are brand, right? You're your brand. The way people see you, that's how they perceive you. You create a brand for yourself so that people know what you do, right? And people's experiences of you is always that you follow through. For instance, they will now know that you're dependable. So is that your brand? Then please do that, because people unconsciously brand us without knowing. I'll give an example. Tailors. I don't want to stereotype, but certain tailors, some of us cannot refer our tailors to our friends. My hands are up. Some of our tailors, right? Because they sometimes are not consistent in delivery. You say you give me my dress today at 1 p.m. and I come, I'm here at 12, giving you ample time before 1 p.m. and they say, hey, madam, please come maybe 3 o'clock. They have unconsciously branded themselves as disappointment without knowing. So when somebody wants to get something done, I will definitely not give my tailor's number to the person because I don't want this on my head, right? So that's the same thing that goes for mechanics or car dealers, right? They say you should deliver a car on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Tuesday, 1 p.m., you have not delivered. You're not picking your number. Can people trust you? You're not picking your call. Wednesday has gone, and then you now come on Thursday and say, madam, let's not do that. It's your brand, it's your person. And then make every moment count when you are meeting people. Every moment counts. It's your elevator pitch, every moment counts. Make sure that when you meet people, you're selling yourself, you're selling your brand, your personality, your persona, who you are, what you do, how you do it. Every moment counts. You embody your brand as a person. And then just to stay consistent in your brand, authenticity that has been emphasized at different times during the bootcamp today. Be genuine, foster credibility, construct your personal narrative, let it be you, be real. Visibility, you cannot be doing a brand and you're hiding and you're in your house doing the video. Get out there, get to the marketplace, know your audience, have that identity, let people know that this is you, right? Be consistent, continuous improvement, always improve yourself. Stay with trends that are ongoing. Make sure that you're researching, you're knowing how things are done, you're strengthening your skills. If there are gaps, have feedbacks, evaluate yourself. Oh, first quarter, I was this. Or second quarter, even in your jobs, not just necessarily your brand or your business. First quarter, I was this. How am I now? Assess yourself, identify those gaps, fill those gaps, and then experiences helps us as a person. And get exposed. Don't be an island. Be open to feedback. Meet people, network. You might get ideas. You never can tell who you will meet. And then communicate your brand every step of the way. So yes, I know I'm not present, but I thought about doing a quick exercise. So the exercise is this. When you think about a bad day, I want us just interact with yourself. I know I can't see you guys, but interact with yourself and think about this. When you think about having a bad day and you're thinking about a superhero, some of us are superhero fans, Marvel fans, are we there? Right. So when you think about a superhero, sorry, I'm just going to get my notes and because I had that written down. So you think about Superman, Hulk, Captain America, Wonder Woman, The Rock. The Rock has some bit of muscles. Who do you think would help you on a bad day? Just tell your neighbor, ask your neighbor. I, for one, I will be biased. I will take Wonder Woman because she's a brand, right? Whoever you think of right now subconsciously, it's a brand, it's who they are. I know it's fictional, it's something you've seen in a movie, but because of their delivery, you would pick them, right? And then the second exercise is if you have a day to spend with somebody that would make you rich, I'm going to call some names that we're familiar with. Say Aliko Dangote, say Tony Olumelu, say Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. There has to be a lady in there. And then Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and then finally Femi Otedola. Ask yourself, who would you pick to spend the day with that you can garner rich ideas from, right? That's a brand. We call these people, we know these people because they are a brand. They've set the pace for themselves. That's who we are. That's what we project every single time, every single day. So just before I run off quickly, I thought to put this here because I ask myself this question all the time. Questions to ask yourself. Who can depend on you? Okay, excuse me. That's my timer telling me that my 15 minutes are off. But quickly, who can depend on you to save them on a terrible day or when they're having a terrible situation? Who can hang out with you when they have a bad day? People think about you when they're having a bad day. That's your brand, right? Who can trust you to have their backs when they're against the wall? We know that in our generation, when people can trust you with their money, they can trust you with everything. So it goes to say that people commit their resources into your hands with the hope that they can get return on investment. I'll take that again as a question. Can people commit their resources in your hands with the hope of getting return on investment? They do a business with you and money doesn't show for it. Now, what that translates is that success has many relations, and until people can trust you with their finances or with your word, you have not really started the journey of a good name or a brand. Take, for instance, the bank. You can put your money in the bank because you know you can get it out, right? So that perception that you want to develop in your brand, make sure that you're able to project it. It's either you are creating a brand for yourself, people will do that for you, right? And one thing I also want to say is that you cannot create an effective brand if you are not an effective person. Again, you cannot create an effective brand if you're not an effective person. So let's have that in the back of our minds. And my final slide is this. It's a quote from William Shakespeare. This above all, to thine self be true, and it must follow as night and day. Thou canst not be false to any man. Just to summarize what this says, it reiterates everything that we've said today. Be true to yourself, authenticity. Let your yes be yes, your no be no, your night and day follow suit. If it's blue, let it be blue. If it's black, let it be black. If it's yellow, let it be yellow. And do not be false to any man. Let's learn to be genuine and authentic. I did put a link on personality types. 16 is www.16personalities.com. So yeah, that's about it. I'm sorry I took 2 more seconds of your time, but thank you guys so much for the opportunity. I would be
Thank
done
you
now.
so much, Abigail. Thank you, thank you. We can see that your one of your personal brands is time consciousness. Is evident. Thank you so much for sticking to time. And that was very insightful. And it just segues beautifully into the panel session that we'll be having right now. Thank you so much. Media team, are you good? No. All right. While we're waiting for the media team, I have a couple of announcements. We sincerely want to apologize for the choking air that we've been experiencing for a few minutes now. It has been resolved, but it will just take a few minutes to settle. Can I assure you that it's nothing, it's not hazardous in that sense. So we sincerely apologize. We drink a lot of water. If you feel that, choking feel, do drink a lot of water. Thank you so much. This thing, it just wants to damage our steez, but not 100% composure, right? Right? 100%. Nothing is reducing our steez. Thank you so much. Also to announce that we do have a couple of announcements to make still regarding the educational support and business support. So if you applied for any of this, you submitted your applications, don't leave yet. You just might be the person who has won them. Media team, are you good? No problem. All right. This panel session that we're having now is going to be on personal branding. And it would just be good before we start the panel session to get a feel from you on, your take on personal branding. As you are now, I don't mean what you will be tomorrow. As you are now, what is that thing that that you can say your personal brand is? What can you say your personal brand is? Any takers? Any takers? Anybody wants to share what their personal brand is? Have you come across as that person who is trustworthy, who would deliver on time? Are there tailors or fashion designers in the house? Tailors, fashion designers, are you in the house? Yes. What's your personal brand? All right. Anybody wants to share what their personal brand is? Very happy to. Thank you, sir.
All right. My name is Solomon Chigozie. So for me, my personal brand is speed. Because as a software engineer, one problem people have with software engineers is speed of delivery. So I always ensure, even in the company where I work, if there's any task assigned, I try to deliver ahead of time. And both personal jobs too, I'm known for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that is so good to hear. So I take it that what you mean is at the office, if they want to get, please, your name again?
Solomon Chigozie.
Solomon, great. So if you want to get something done fast and efficiently, Solomon is the go-to person. Perfect. Who else wants to? Any takers? All right, I have somebody over there. I have a lady over there. Please raise your hand, yes. And then the young gentleman behind. Thank
you. Hello, everybody.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Teresa. I'm a customer service agent, and on the side, I sell gadgets, iPhone, laptops, and stuff. So my personal branding is quality. So far, I'm spending the money on low quality devices, and then you spend the money and you get stuff, and then it comes back acting up in your face. It's either the keypads are not working, and then you go back to vendor, and your vendor is like, I don't have anything to do because it's a used device. So I take it very personal to satisfy my customers by giving them very, very, very good quality gadgets. Thank you.
Amazing. You deserve a round of applause. That is so good to know. So comforting to hear as well. And I think you would be the final person because media team is good for me.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Goodluck, a student of Petroleum and Gas Engineering, Uniport. So for me, I would say my personal branding is vulnerability and accessibility. I'm opportune to be the class rep of my department, and I've had several instances whereby people commend me for being accessible. Whenever they call me, whenever they reach out to me, I'm always there for them. I'm always there to help them out. Even some.
Are your friends? Yeah, I don't understand. Are you his classmates?
Even
You're his classmates?
even some people from other departments, when they want to reach their class rep, they come to me to help them pass a message to their class rep and all of that. So they commend me for that. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Love it for you. Quick question. I didn't get your name. So can you take it back? Do you rap?
Sorry?
Do you rap?
No.
You don't? Do you sing?
No.
Okay. All right. So the way you held the mic, it's like you can drop a few lines for us. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please let's give him a round of applause. Media team, I will call you out in the open. Sorry? No, you don't.
Engineer Adebayo Otokiti. Engineer Adebayo is an astute professional with a background in productivity improvement, supply chain, project and asset management. Engineer Otokiti holds a bachelor's degree in industrial and production engineering from the University of Ibadan and an MBA from Imperial College, London. He brings over 11 years of professional experience across the pharmaceutical, FMCG, and oil and gas industries. Before Before joining NLNG, he worked at Nestle plc as the production planning and detailed scheduling manager, where he led product supply planning initiatives. His strategic leadership resulted in a 2.4% real internal growth and a 40% increase in organic growth amid forex instability in Nigeria. At NLNG, he manages critical rotation equipment assets worth over $1 billion, supporting maintenance, operations, and asset management teams. Engineer Otokiti is a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a registered engineer with Koran, a certified maintenance and reliability professional, and a project management professional. He is also a member of the Institute of Engineering and Technology in the UK. Engineer Otokiti is dedicated to his family and his faith, sharing his life with his wife, Toby, and their children. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Engineer Adebayo Otokiti.
It's good to have you here, sir. Quick question. What would you say, just looking at him right now, what would you say is an aspect of his personal brand? Anybody? Chorus answer. Sorry? 100%. Like 100%. Speed and composure, 100%. Nice meeting you, sir. All right.
Joyce Wannochi, a program manager with over 5 years of experience designing and leading impactful programs across tech, health, and social impact industries. Joyce focuses on inclusion, diversity, and the development of young people, particularly women and girls. She has worked with local and international organizations on projects that have benefited over 10,000 individuals, mainly women and girls. Joyce is an advisory committee member for the Free STEM Fund by Women Win, which supports STEM education and tech skills for women and girls globally. As the founder and team lead at Nsonye Women in Tech Community, she has provided over 3,000 women and girls with opportunities to upskill and build sustainable tech careers. Joyce is dedicated to advancing a diverse African tech space for women and girls through her work and platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Joyce Wannochi.
Let's keep it coming. All right, you know the drill. You already know the drill. What do you think is an aspect of her personal brand? Chorus answers. Sorry? Actually, since I met her yesterday, she's been all smiles. So definitely she's a warm person, and she actually is very warm. Just that she has not introduced me to the bole that I've been hearing since. All right, thank you so much, Joyce.
Shama Nay. Shama Nay is a passionate software engineer dedicated to building technology and impacting lives. Shama is currently the Director of Engineering at Philanthrolab in Dallas, Texas, and the Managing Director at Renaissance Innovation Labs in Port Harcourt. He leads business and engineering teams to develop scalable products that meet real needs using technology to make life easier. Throughout his career, Shama has held various roles, including front-end developer, product designer, engineering lead, and back-end developer. Now, as a managing director and consultant, he continues to influence multiple product companies. Shama is also a mentor, sharing insights on building impactful careers in tech. He is married to an outstanding software developer and speaker, and they have a beautiful baby boy. Shama volunteers as a mentor to beginner and junior developers and teenagers, helping them excel academically and guiding those interested in tech to start their careers. His commitment to mentorship and innovation makes him a valuable leader in the tech community. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Shama Nay.
Hear it already. I don't know whether you guys are being biased, but I will still ask. All right. Actually, I want to say something, but I think they have information for me. Great. So, you know the drill. What's it? Sorry? Sorry? I can't hear you. Fresh. Like cool kid. Like cool kid vibe, Bobby. Are you not shocked when they said he was married? Don't lie. Tell the truth. Did you not shock like, excuse me? What's going on? I mean, shout out to your wife, please. Ah! You see, I gave you shout outs. Like, then please, can you stand up? Can you just let everybody know? There seems to be some resemblance. Oh, amazing. Right, we can see the source of the freshness. Okay. We have one more speaker, and I will be reading a bio. Victoria Ibiwoye is the founder of One Africa Child, an organization that empowers children and youth in undeserved communities in Nigeria to engage as global citizens through experiential learning programs. Victoria has contributed to several high-level education policy dialogues within the UN system to promote policies informed by young people's voices and experiences to transform educational systems. Victoria has championed the launch of several innovative youth-led initiatives, such as the UNESCO SDG for Youth Network and the Youth Force program on financing a green, inclusive, and sustainable recovery efforts. Supported by the Office of the Secretary General Envoy on Youth, Victoria is a member of the UN ODC Women's Network in Law and Policy and believes in harnessing the power of women's leadership to create more equitable and effective policies. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause to our virtual panelist, Victoria Ibiwoye? Media team, we're good. We're good. All right, great. Let me know when she's on. And it's so nice having you on this panel. And this panel is a personal development session. And just listening to your bios, there obviously has been some personal development and growth that has happened to you over the time. And like I've been telling the participants, it is line upon line, precept upon precept. So we want the nitty-gritty of how you literally moved from point A to point where you are right now, you know, fresh and cool, you know, warm and sweet, and of course, 100% steez. Is what am I? Laughter. You're all a mean people. Okay. Do we have mics? All right, great. So Shama, my first question will be to you, and I'm curious to know, how do you set and maintain healthy boundaries to protect your time and energy while pursuing personal growth? And once again, really from your bio, we've heard a lot of things that you've done. So how have you been able to set that time, you know, to really grow as a person and also just develop in other areas?
Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So it wasn't easy at the beginning, I must confess. So, when you're so focused on growth in the beginning, your everything is waking time, sleeping time, you're always thinking about. And the person that actually made me realize this is my wife. So then we were not married then, and she would always tell me, take out time. So I got to realize that if you don't take time out of your pursuit of growth, you would burn out. So I was always burning out. And one of the things we do, so we have relaxation times at home. This time is away from the workstation. So I work remote most of the You have to stay away from the workstation. You don't touch your phone. You keep your devices away from you. So anything that has to remind you of work, growth, at least, even if it's 1 hour a week or 2 hours a week, no matter how you want to do it to prevent burnout, spend time away from anything related to it. Go out, do something entirely different. So I used to play basketball a lot. So playing basketball, I don't need to think about writing code or anything. I would just go play the game, do whatever I want to do, or play video games. And then later you come back to it. So find a hobby, find something that takes you away from, like if you're into a particular industry, find something as far away from it as possible. If it's going to be knitting, if it's going to be singing, find a hobby that takes passion. So that passion is going to be what is going to keep you burning during those times. And then when you come back to it, you come back with a fresh perspective to what you're supposed to be doing.
Thank you so much, Shama. And I'm going to stay with you for a bit and ask you a question, which, I also want other panel members to answer. Victoria, I see you. Now I don't. Okay. Once again, we've heard your bio and it's a good to hear, but it just didn't happen, right? There's definitely been some growth process. So what would you say? Share your journey. And I know that this is a tough ask, but just compress your journey and share in one in 1 minute, just some key things that you did, that has sort of taken you or brought you to this place that you are. And this question, I would really like the panel members to answer as well.
So I think my passion for computers did not start when I was an adult. So we had a computer growing up. Fortunate enough, my mom had that insight, so we had a computer at home. So I think I've gone through all the Windows operating systems that have been created, and I would break things. I would always spoil the computer, fixing some software stuff, changing some things, playing games. And my elder brother, an engineer, introduced me to Java. I think before I went into the university. So I learned it for a bit, stopped it when I got into the university. So I actually am a graduate of microbiology from Uniport, with first class honors, by the way. So I had everything, coding, anything outside of school to focus on school during my time there. It was one of my lecturers in my second year. I did CSE, broad course in my second year it was Fortran then. So I had this background in analytical thinking based on my Java knowledge, and he noticed it. So he would always give me special assignments outside of what other people do. So if he gives classwork or assignments in class, he would tell me that one is not for you. He will give me something harder. So I wrote my first Fibonacci sequence for the developers to understand what that is about, the algorithm. And he made me tweak it for certain parameters. He kept me going. Like, he told me something. He said, when you graduate from school, do not stop this. So after I graduated, I spent some time thinking. So I had some insights, spoke to some people, and I realized this was a very strength. So I started doing it, focusing on, and I've held many positions. And sorry. And across these positions, one of the things that remains stagnant or steady in all these things was the desire to always do better. So that's how I've come. So it started from a long time, boys.
Thank you so much, Shama. And what I hear is one, you took steps to do beyond the average, right? You put that pressure on yourself sort of to do beyond the average. And I really hope that we're picking lessons from this. Another thing that you mentioned, which would be my question to Adebayo, and that would be like when you're also answering, is the role of a mentor. Because I hear that there was somebody who decided that while every other person does this, he was able to point out that you have a special skill, and then he helped you develop that. But that happened to you, right? There's some people that, they don't sort of have that privilege to have somebody that says, I can see that you're good at this. I will help you build it up. There are people who have to literally go in search of this mentor. So, Adebayo, please, when you're answering your question, your 1 minute journey, also touch a bit on mentorship and how young people can access mentorship and how we can leverage that mentorship. I know it's a long ask, but I believe in you.
So because he would give a longer answer, maybe I should just I should wrap up mine. Thank you so much for the privilege to be here. I see it as a very huge opportunity. I'm sitting close to Shama and Mr. Adebayo. So my journey, I'm a pharmacist by training, by the way. So all of the things that I've been doing began when I was in pharmacy school. If you're a Uniport student, you know how tough pharmacy school can be. So it was not an easy thing to combine all the things I had to do with pharmacy school. But something like he said, he had something that kept him going. I never wanted to practice pharmacy the way it is being practiced in Nigeria. So I knew I had to take a step away from the regular things pharmacists were doing or pharmacy students were doing. And that was where I found volunteering. So I began from the social impact industry, like I was telling you yesterday, and I volunteered a lot. In fact, my parents knew that I would just say, Daddy, I want to travel to this place. I want to do this. And they're like, but I had support from them as well. So I volunteered a lot. And from volunteering, I got into the debate society. I was a university debater till my final year. Shout out to Joel and other debaters in the house if they're here. So, hi too. So yeah,
Who said hi? Oh, okay.
We're all debaters, yeah. So
this is the Uniport thing.
Not Uniport, debaters thing. So I was so So yeah, I volunteered a lot in the social impact industry, focusing on women and girls, reproductive health. And then I moved from there. I got into the debate society. I got more exposure. I saw tech. I saw guys doing tech. And I'm like, I need to do something like this because health tech is something I could venture into in the future. And I started learning tech, and I realized that I didn't have any pharmacist that was female that was interested in tech. I didn't even have females around me that were interested in tech in the first place, let alone pharmacists. I think at the time, Sophia was still like coming up as well. So I didn't have a lot of role models. And so my journey moved from just those kinds of exposure to me deciding that, okay, I didn't have, and then I struggled through that phase, gained some tech skills. And today I'm a programs manager. But along the line, I found that I didn't have a lot of privilege with mentorship and the rest of, I'm really looking forward to his answer. I didn't have that privilege while I was building myself and in that phase. So an opportunity came for me to help other people like myself, other women and girls. And from one of the platforms where I was involved in, I got an opportunity to, get a grant, a mini grant. And it was where the other journey of Nsonye began, where we got a mini grant to just, train some women and girls with tech skills. And from there, we are here where we are right now. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Joyce. And I had a different question for you. Please, let's give her a round of applause because indeed, as at the time you started, there weren't a lot of women, in health tech, like you said, but you already did answer, and thank you for that context to come back to you with my other question. So now, Victoria, are you online? Is Victoria online?
Yes, I'm right here. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Victoria. Did you get the question?
Could you repeat the question?
Okay, so I'll repeat the question. Adebayo would answer, and then you would give your own response. So the question is, in 1 minute, literally, can you just tell us a bit about your journey and some steps that you think brought you to this point where you are? The part B is, what's that thing that you have failed at that just sort of propelled you as well? Great.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks to Toba. I think Toba invited me for this, and I don't take it lightly. I appreciate everyone, and I like the people I've met here. So thank you for having me. So for me, my journey is quite long, but again, I hope I can fix that into 1 minute, right? So my belief first is everything starts with your own self-discovery, right? If I look through my secondary school days, if I put it, I probably was an average student up to like SS2 third term. We had a teacher who said, "Oh, I was going to give you pre-mock before mock." And I went back through, they made us attach all the notes from SS1 to SS2. I went back through all those notes and I was wondering, why did I fail this course? Why did I fail this thing? They were quite easy. So I did a pre-mock, and that was the first time in my class, let's say a class of like 60 persons, I was in top 10 of, everybody failed typically, but top 10 of people that passed within the failure. But that gave me, that gave me some sense of self-discovery. So I went into school with that mindset of self-discovery, that I wanted something more, and I got into undergraduate days with that. And that defined my association, first of all, before even going to mentorship. The kind of persons I had from those days, I still have friendship with those people till date, right? So typically I tell myself that I would always have academic friends and social friends. So there are friends that I party and we go to those places with, but there are friends that I will probably chase books with. Well, that was back in the days. But that drove me through school, right? The sense of self-discovery and purpose to be able to achieve something bigger than me. So if you draw back into now what I achieved for me. So I finished with good grades, but that wasn't just the good grades. There were chances along the way, and those chances allowed people to believe in me. I was to go on a 6 months industrial attachment, and I was just still looking for who would accept me. I don't know if I even sent. I think my siblings went to India, and my dad offered me. I said I wanted to stay in Nigeria. And I had a classmate whose father was the dean of the faculty, and I had one of alumnus who was MD of a company, a pharmaceutical company then. They needed to send him there. I think they had prepared a letter to send him. But my own accommodation, my house, or where my family house was close to the company. He didn't have accommodation. They needed to send 2 people's names. So I will provide accommodation for him for the short time. So that was why I got my nose sent in. So we went there, we did the 6 months IT. I made a few impressions. He gave us assignment, we were reporting directly to the MD. He was a very rigorous person. So he gave us those assignments and we did it and we went back to school. But I finished school, and that was like 2 months now to NYSC. I think we finished like November. We were waiting to go for NYSC in February. Note that I said it was close to my house, and I felt, come, why would I be sitting at home doing nothing? And I wrote to the company to say, I'm at home doing nothing. I can come in for free just to work. And he invited me to come back and gave me.
I'm so sorry. You said that you can come in for free.
Yes. Okay. Because it's let me say like 15-hour bike then from my house.
I am not getting the point. The point is that you were willing to work.
Yes, I was willing to work for free. Yeah, because I just felt I didn't need to stay at home.
I hope that you'll be able to do so too at some point.
So, but again, let's go back. Let me just tie it into mentorship a bit. It didn't start then. If I go back a little bit, in UI back then, we did 3 months IT as engineering students. When I was doing my 3 months IT, I was staying quite far away from Cadbury where I did that IT. I typically would spend like 600 naira a day on transportation. So my dad gave me 1,000 naira a day. Cadbury was paying me 5 naira a month. So the person who paid us typically counted it out of his pocket and gave us. So it's that showed me that it was focused on the value, not just the money. So that was the driving force for me. So for me, that was the first point of mentorship, right? So I got into the company. He had given me an assignment, or given 2 of us an assignment when we came for the 6 months IT assignment. So one of the things that I try to do, I think one of the things that resonated with me when we came for the 6 months IT was that the assignment he gave us towards the tail end, I tried to avoid it. It was some things really difficult, but that was what they gave me when I came for the 3 months IT, 3 months short period. I needed to work on the spare parts management system of the company, right? This I did. Just imagine me just finishing school, right? I led everybody there to build a new technical spare stuff for the company. So divided the workshop. He just told me, go and tell me what you want. He wasn't involved. So I came, brought a carpenter and said, I divided the workshop into that. The workshop is too small. And me at that age, when I reflect on it now, right? Divided the workshop, built that, and that was it. So from there, I went into NYSC. The night before I went to camp, I left work, I think past 7 p.m., right? Just to show the level of commitment, right? So I went to camp and came back. But the short story with that was, because of that work that I did, that company was my first job, right? When I finished NYSC, I had opportunity to go back for master's in school. They gave us a master's scholarship, but I wasn't interested. I wrote again to say, oh, I'm done with NYSC. I don't have anything doing. I think I wrote that email on a Wednesday. He responded on a Friday to say, come in on Tuesday next week. I'm not in the office on Monday. And I got into the office all suited up, feeling like I was in for an interview. They called me into the boardroom with the HR manager. Bayer has been here before. We know him. Let him resume tomorrow. He will take the position of this person. Let this person hand over everything he's doing to him. And that was it. And I resumed the next day, right? But one of the things people don't know is I took the position of someone, and that's not good news. So someone had to hand over to me, but that person was my exact 1 year senior in school. He finished with very high grades, right? Was in the company. By the time I had worked, I worked one day. I told them I was going to resign where I worked before, but I wanted to go for other 2 company interviews, right? Thursday and Friday. So, so I came in back on Monday, did the handover. By Monday evening, the guy wrote me to say, oh, they've had to let me go. But that was one of the reflection points for me, that across the journey, wherever you have, value is important. Because of the value I was able to do just during the 3 months that I was supposed to be free, though I was able to get that first job. And that's what has driven me up to date. From there, I got my next job. But relationship also matters. So the MD then would probably be someone I said believed in me, right? Even when I left the company, I joined Nestle. We still had, he was an alumnus of my department. We had conference that we had to organize together. And these were people that they brought in at the department level, let's say minimum 20 years. He had done maybe 25 years. He invited me to that committee. And he would always tell me, don't worry, you can do well. I believe in you, you will succeed. And that was someone, he believed in me. It's late now, but I really can always leverage on that support he gave me to see that no matter how small you were, you could do great things. Because even while I was in the company just for 5 months, they sent us on an assignment. This was the production manager, the head of all this heads. And I was there. My ID card wasn't even the plastic type, it was laminated. And they called me productivity improvement specialist. And I went to the delegates to the company. And I was one asking all the questions. It just meant that people believed in me because I was able to create value. And that has been the journey today. If I tie that into mentorship, even in my current job, right, I've had to look through, there have been a number of mentors, and I think I need to break that down a bit. First, the journey of life. There is you discovering or charting a career path. So what do you want to do? Today, I can finish undergraduate days as a mechanical engineer and say, I want to be a software engineer. I want to do something in banking, or I want to be, you need to have that point where you make those decisions. You need a mentor or a coach at that point, because they are critical points. Someone who allows you to sit down, do your self-assessment. We talked about 16 personality tests. You reflect on where your skill sets are. What are your strengths? There's also the Strength Finder 2.0. If you can do that assessment, and it gives you your top 5 strengths, that allows you to identify where you want to focus, right? There's the part of you now launching your career. What's your CV? What do you want to call yourself? A number of people allow them to be called what the company calls them. But there's really your own self-value that you build, and you say, this is where I think I am, right? So that's the part. There's the parts where you come into the company and you probably get a job,
And you now need to navigate and understand what the company is all about. You also need a coach or a mentor, someone who has worked in that company or someone who has worked in the industry who understands. And let me share a point. There are quite a number of persons, particularly in engineering. Am I taking too much time? Sorry. Particularly in engineering, technical fields. Very brilliant, they get the high grades, but they get into the industry, they can't match up because the skill sets for you to succeed as an academic brilliant student is different from that to succeed in the industry. We talk about emotional intelligence, relationship, not just I, right? So that drives you for you to understand what are the mentoring or coaching points you want along your way. And people would always be there to show you if you find and reach out to them. I would summarize, or I'll close by saying I have a mentor who says if the students are available, the mentor will show up. If you don't make yourself available, right, put yourself in a position where you deliver value for the mentor, you can't get the most value from them. If you come back to the story of the Bible, when Isaac told Esau, he called Esau and said, go and do this so that I can pronounce blessing on you. He wasn't going to read out the blessing from somewhere. It was still the same person. If you're able to give value to your mentor, you can get them to provoke and give you more value. Thanks.
Wow. Can we give panelists a round of applause? Victoria.
Yes, I can hear you.
We'd love to hear your answer now.
Oh, great. I just want to thank the organizers for the invitation to be here and also the co-panelists. I want to say that there's a bit of everything I want to share in what everyone has said already, including the speaker who spoke about personal branding. And that is the desire to be extraordinary. I think that's what all the speakers, the panelists are echoing, what has set them apart from being the average Nigerian citizen. So the desire to be extraordinary, and that when there is a will, there is a way. So there is no excuse that, oh, I come from a poor background, I'm the first child, so I'm responsible for all my siblings, and that's why I can't reach my goals. I think all the panelists have, talked about how you can really set yourself apart, how you can make yourself stand out. And finally, that's the power of community. So one way or the other, even though a lot of panelists might not have mentioned it, there's someone who's has set the pace for you, who has been an inspiration for you, whether that is a parent, whether that is a lecturer, whether that is even a story that you came across on LinkedIn or on Facebook. So communities are truly important. And the fact that we are all gathered here today is a form of community, For me, my journey has been things, but I would say mostly my lived experiences growing up. I had parents who wanted the best for us because they couldn't reach many of the milestones they would love to reach. For example, when it came to their education, my mother didn't make it past secondary school. She always told me how she was the school prefect during her time. She was very smart. And during open days, the other parents would use her as a reference that we want our daughter to be like Khadija. That's my mom's name. And we are sure that, when Khadija graduates, she's going to be a nurse. She's going to be amazing, but she didn't really get the opportunities to achieve her dreams. What she has done for us, for myself and my siblings, is to emphasize the power of education. So my mom will keep emphasizing, make sure you get your education. She would find examples from the community, and there weren't lots of examples. So there was like a female engineer in the area where I lived in Lagos. She would say, see, she works at an oil company. You can be like her someday if you focus on getting your education. And going through, different school system from primary school up to university level, what I saw is that education is privilege. A lot of the people in the room I saw from the video are young people. And right now, being university students or being graduates, you might think like life is constantly giving you so much to work on, but we often don't recognize that where we are today is as a result of the privilege that we've had. A lot of people that are our peers or that are older than us, they are not able to achieve some of what you've achieved that you don't even appreciate because you're constantly comparing yourself to something higher. So education is a privilege. And that was what inspired me to start One African Child, to give children from low-income communities in Nigeria the opportunity to learn, but not just to learn because you can go to school to learn, to give them the education that will empower them to become critical thinkers, problem solvers, and their own advocates. So I started One African Child at 19, my first year at the University of Ibadan. And I called it One African Child because I told myself that I want to do something to help. Our education system is so far back, but I'm also a university student. I don't have the money to make a difference on a large scale like I would like to. But what if I just invest in one African child? What if I just choose one child to invest in, and maybe tomorrow this child might become someone influential that will be able to give back to the community? And that was how the journey started. I formed a community. I feel like Abigail has already talked through a presentation on personal branding, all the things that you need to put together if you want your brand to stand out. So some of those things, and a lot that I still learn from a presentation, are things that we are still doing today in the work that we're doing. When I started One African Child, I just wanted to help. I did not have any selfish interest or selfish motivation and everything. And fast forward, I've worked with different UN agencies today. One of the most significant agencies I've had the opportunity to work with have been UNESCO, that is the UN Agency on Education, and also with the World Bank. And I would not have thought when I started One African Child that I would get the opportunity to travel. It has the starting something, being a change maker, has given me the platform to experience a world I never thought that I could experience. And today, a lot of people might see the work I'm doing and be inspired and think like, oh, maybe Victoria has had it easy all her life, but it's not been easy. So another thing I want to touch on is the power of, is about overcoming failure. And I don't really like to use the term failure. I see it instead that whatever we experience in life, it matters how we think about it. So if you go through something really, really difficult and you think about it as failure, it feels like that's the end of the road. You can't do anything about it. I like to think about them instead as challenges or setbacks. And some of the setbacks that I've experienced over the past 10 years have been, there's a feeling of being alone when you're doing something. A lot of people want to support you when you become someone. So let's look at people like Hilda Bassi. Since when she's been cooking, how many people know her until after that, Guinness World Record Challenge? And now she's not short of having friends and community. There are a lot more people that we see them as superstars today, as heroes today, but they've been doing the work they've been doing for so many years. We don't see the effort they've been putting in. So in the beginning, when you have a dream, when you have a goal, it would feel like you're alone. It would even feel like, people are just seeing what you're doing and they don't believe in you. But I just want to encourage you to keep going, because oftentimes that's where, you get to build resilience. That's when you get to, have a story to share. The stories that inspire us the most are the stories of those who have overcome challenges. So if you had it very easy in life, if you're the child of a trust fund, your father had so many oil companies, everything got handed down to you, you might not really be relatable. But if you are somebody that started really small, you started with little resources, you managed to turn that into something great, then you will be highly relatable. Everyone will be able to connect to stories like that. And the last thing I'm wrapping up is also about overcoming failure or challenges, is dealing with rejection. So at the onset, when One African Child started, we had to get involved in different networks to apply for opportunities to talk about the work we do at conferences or to apply to grants. And there were lots and lots of rejections. I remember one of the talking about rejection, one of what I experienced was a building project that we were working on. we were working to raise $20,000 to construct a school building in Nigeria, somewhere in the northern region of Nigeria. And at the time, I was even in the US for my master's. So I was like, oh, it's $20,000. I'm going to reach out to a few of, people that I know, and I'm sure we'll be able to raise the money. And then I started sending email, contacting people on Facebook, different platforms where I could reach out to people. And I got a lot of messages with no response. It wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. I thought that we'd be able to build the school within a year, within 6 months to a year, but the project took us 3 to 4 years to complete. So at that moment, I took rejection a little bit personally. Like, these are people I've invested in. These are people that I call, mentors and so on. I've reached out for help and they didn't answer. But one thing I've come to learn today is not to take rejection personally. There are so many reasons why your application for a job got denied. It's not because you're not qualified. There are so many reasons why, something has happened that you can't really explain why that thing has happened. So don't take rejection personally. Rather, think of it as, what lesson can I learn through this experience? We ultimately raise the funds that we wanted to raise. And I think instead of focusing on the people that didn't contribute, I needed to be appreciating those that eventually contributed, and to realize that those people are the people we should, be, celebrating, and all of, not thinking about people that didn't contribute. So sometimes when we go through rejection, it can really crush our self-esteem. It can make you have this sense of bitterness and resentment and all of those things, but don't ever take it personally. So these are some of the lessons that I've learned through my leadership journey. And I hope to share more as this panel conversation continues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I know that I did ask, my ask was really huge to say that they should summarize their journey in a minute or so. But I'm sure that you've been able to pick lots of lessons from it. And I hope that this is causing you to also self-reflect, because that's ultimately, what will help you, taking this information, reflecting on it, reflecting on your journey, and seeing how to just leverage on the information you've had. This is what we're going to do, because we're out of time. I'm going to ask one question each and then open the floor to a few questions. So yes, and I would start with Joyce. Joyce, so you started, or you ventured into the space where you were one of the pioneers in that sense. Did you ever feel an imposter syndrome? That's the first question. And if you ever did feel imposter syndrome, like, I'm just not good enough, or I wish it was somebody else in that sense, how did you deal with it?
Okay. This is a very difficult one, because I think as humans, we always would face imposter syndrome, no matter what height you have gotten to in life. The only difference is in how you manage it. So when I came in, like I shared, I wouldn't say I was a pioneer, but I think within my community at the time, I didn't have people I could look up to, a lot of people I could look up to. I think after about 6 months of struggling through understanding what I wanted to learn in tech, I met a pharmacist that was into data analysis. And that was like, oh, I could look up to someone that was doing something I wanted to do. And it just made it easier for me from that point. So yes, since then, even up to now, the imposter syndrome is something that has constantly come up. So you're in a room filled with people and you're like, okay, there are people that most probably, and it could just be the truth, are better than you are, but you're put in a position where you have to do something that will probably provide value to them. And you're confused on how you can even provide that value to people that are better than you. So imposter syndrome is something I have had to deal with, and something that I would say I still deal with. But in the end, it's just how I manage it, or how generally people manage it. That's what differentiates someone that is shy from someone that is, say, outspoken. Everybody is shy. Just that some people are able to, just hide that part of them and just put their best foot forward. So for me, how I have dealt with it, that's the second part of the question. For me, I accept it, first of all. I cannot be the best at everything, but it doesn't mean I'm not good at what I do. So I accept that feeling that okay, this is imposter syndrome. It's the feeling of, okay, I may not be good enough. I may not have all of the skills to do something. I may not be the best, but then I know that I'm good. So even if I'm not the best, there's something I can still contribute to that action, to that event, to that program, or whatever it is I am supposed to do. So I accept it. Acceptance for me is like the first phase, because once I accept it, I can then process my feelings and deal with it. So it's a psychological thing. So you're feeling not good enough. If you keep yourself in that state of constant fear, you might never get to a point where you maybe accept that, okay, I'm afraid, but I have to do it afraid. So I accept it, and then I go on to process my feelings. And I want to say this, whenever I'm asked questions around imposter syndrome, I always say that imposter syndrome is not the same thing as mediocrity. Many times we hide under the fact that, oh, I don't think I'm good enough, but you're not good. So you also have that's also a part of dealing with imposter syndrome. So there's something to do. I don't feel good enough. I have accepted the feeling that, okay, I may not be good enough. Then I go on to process that feeling. Am I really not good enough because I don't have the skills or the expertise or the knowledge? Or am I just feeling short of myself when I'm actually good? So once I'm able to process that, I now realize, okay, I have to maybe build up some skills, read up on something I'm supposed to do to just gather knowledge. Knowledge is actually power, because all those would empower you to do whatever it is you're supposed to do better. And once you're empowered, it's easy to push the fear behind and say, okay, I may not be the best, but I have something to contribute and I should contribute that. And then once I'm done with that phase, I go on to do it afraid. We're always scared at, people think I am outspoken, but I think I'm I'm thinking of the word to use. I'm scared of doing a lot of things. In fact, I'm scared of putting my best foot forward. My husband will always say, calm down, you can do it. I'm always in a state of, are you sure I can do this? But having a system that works for me, it might not work for you, but you can actually maybe try it out and try to find something that works for you. Having that system in place has helped me over time overcome the fear and, the feeling of not being good enough, to understanding that people are better than you are, which is okay, but I'm not comparing myself to someone that is better than I am, because I know I still have value to offer. And then I go on to either do it afraid, offer whatever value I have to offer, but make sure I offer that value in the best possible way. That's why I said it's very different from mediocrity. So if I have to build up skills, if I have to gain knowledge, if I have to, add up some flesh to whatever it is I have, so that I can put my best foot forward. Because in the end, why people are afraid to do things is they are scared of people laughing at them. But come on, if you put your best foot forward, even when they laugh, you know that I did my best. So yeah, that's something that has worked for me and I think can work for a lot more people.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Please give her a round of applause. And thank you for balancing it out beautifully. I do like what you said, that it's not the same as being mediocre. Like, let's not mix things up. And I think that's very important. And I hope you found that piece of advice useful as well. Shama, my question to you would be, so we have students here, a range of people, right? We also have students in the building. What would you say helped you through your academic process? You had mentioned, being one of the first class students, right? So, and I know that that's not something that comes easily. So what would you say is that thing that helped you through your academical journey? And what would you say are some tools now that people can find useful just to develop their career?
Okay, thank you very much. First, the truth is, the only way to be good or be successful is to never settle. So I think from my primary school up to secondary school, so it was not just in the university. My dad is a very serious scholar. So in fact, there's a running joke in my family that if you want to get something from my dad, ask him for books. So I'll say steal books from my dad's library whenever I have the opportunity, because he always has a lot. So, but there's something my dad instilled in us growing up. He would always say, nothing will be given to you. You always have to grab it. So you claim claim ownership of things. So along the way, I think it started in my secondary school. Primary school would always would be playing before we write exams. So you don't care, you just enter exam hall, you write, you come out, go and play ball, you come back. So, but in the secondary school I attended, I was like a legacy there. All my siblings had all passed through the same school. And in my first class there, my dad would always tell me something. He said, you would be remembered for what you do. Don't try to do what other people are doing. So from my GS1, I started reading things levels ahead of what I was supposed to be learning there. So while my classmates in the junior secondary were still learning into science, I started reading biology textbooks.
Wow.
And I know it sounds far-fetched, but people that maybe have been with me over time will know it's the truth. So I was reading biology textbooks. I had an elder brother that was an engineer as well, the one that introduced me to Java. So when I was learning distillation and intro tech stuff, I would meet him for the physics aspect to those things, and he would break it down. He would draw the fractional distillation column and all those things for me to explain. So sorry, I will try to round up very quickly. I just want to set a bit of a base for it. So when I was going to the university, and also what I did throughout my stay in university, when lecturers would teach and give handouts, many of my course-mates would stick to those handouts. Many of my course-mates would rely on the notes maybe other people have taken in class or only what the lecturer says. In microbiology, then I think I had like 4 different textbooks, and I would always meet each of my lecturers to get input on things they did not mention in class. It was not being a suck up. Many people think it's all about letting lecturers know, there's a different thing. It's not politics. Some people try to play politics even in the corporate sphere as well. It's about getting feedback, actually knowing way above that. So I think when we did chemistry then in my year 1, I came up with a way to handle simultaneous equations then, and I met the chemistry lecturer. I said, if I use this in the exam, would you accept this? He said, yeah, go ahead. And so in that year, there were only I think 5 C's for C in Chem 130. For those of us that did attended Uniports, you might understand. A C in Chem 130 is a big grade. We're only 2 in my department. The other person graduated first class. So I was always thinking about how to do something different from what other people were doing. It's been what I've always applied, not sticking to what you're handed. Always trying to say, okay, how can I make this better? And then what I use these days, and I wanted to set. So when we're learning things and things are being taught to us, even in the industry, many people rely on courses they buy online. But I always see there's a treasure trove on YouTube. There's another statement that there's nothing you can learn on YouTube, including how to perform surgeries. I'm not saying please don't have your medical degree from YouTube though. So, but
YouTube University.
yeah, so people, there's a lot you can learn from YouTube. And then what I use personally every day is ChatGPT. A lot of people think it's not about us chatting with it, but if you know how to construct conversations with it, you can get insights to a lot of things. And I think it's something a lot of people should not sleep on. Use technology around you. One is YouTube and then another on ChatGPT, and you can get a lot of insights. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you so much, Shama. I said Joel because I'm about to put Joel in a tough spot. They've come to tell me that we're out of time, but I have a question for you. Can you give me 5 minutes of your time for the panel? I can't hear you. I need Joel to hear it at the back. Joel, can you hear? What is Joel? Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Mr. Deba, I want you to just in 1 minute, they've given us 5 minutes, just in 1 minute, what would be your final words? Victoria, you will also be giving us your final word or your final advice in 1 minute. Unfortunately, we can't take any questions, but please, I would encourage you to meet with them afterwards. Joel, is that fine? Joel, is that fine? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So my final words in 1 minute, right? A few reflections from me, right? We've come here I'm sure most of the attendees, you are just looking at the panelists, and you probably will say, oh, come and reach out to us. But there are quite a number of persons that you need to look out to. See Toba, they mentioned him, he organized the event. The beautiful lady beside me here, she's an excellent moderator, focused on, right? In life, you may not have one person who you want to look up to for everything. But if you identify values you want to develop, you can see them in people and touch base with those people to get those values. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Victoria, can we have 1 minute?
Yes, I just want to encourage you all to give your best to whatever you're doing. When you're investing in something, you will not reap the fruits the same day you sow the seed. So it can be, you might not feel encouraged to keep doing things and not seeing the results, but trust me, if you're investing, whether in your education, in building new skills, in investing in connections, in relationship, it would eventually be useful to you down the line. And I also want to close by emphasizing the power of spiritual connection. For me, I found, having that relationship with God to be very powerful in overcoming my anxieties, in overcoming any form of fear or anything that's telling me that I cannot attain my goals, in knowing where to focus on in life. So you will not have all the answers to what can I do next. But when you have a very close relationship with God, God would always direct you to the right places. And that's all you need. You don't need to be everywhere. You don't need to be trying to post videos on social media every second just to find that one that will go viral. Maybe what you need right now is to be learning, or what you need right now is to be giving back to the community. So invest in always asking God to direct you and tell you where to go. Yeah, thank you, everyone, and thank you
so
for having me here.
Can we give a round of applause to the panelists? Is Mr. Toba in the house so that he can take pictures with the members? Please, let's be on our feet for a quick photo session. Thank you. Please, you can keep clapping. Thank you so much. So much. Please, can we once again give a round of applause to the panelists? I think that was a very insightful session. I'm happy to tell you that we are closer to the end than when we started. And so we will be rounding up in a couple of soon. We'll be rounding up soon. And with that, we want to, when you have partners and you need to give partners their due. We want 2.0, right? Exactly. So please, when this set of people are coming up, I want you to really show them a lot of enthusiasm, be smiling at them, because like I said, they are partners. They're one of those that made this possible. Can we please give a round of applause to Mr. Parkwin Irabo of Bank of Industry as he comes up to give a very quick charge. Don't forget the drill, people. We need to show them that this has been really worth our time, and they should partner with us next year.
Please put your hands together for yourselves. I want you to also stand up and stretch your body. You have been sitting for a long time. Just stretch yourselves, take your hands and your legs. Health is very, very important. Two things that you cannot play with, your health and your wealth. I was really concerned when we had that choking air. I was complaining to Toba that, look, we need to do something. But I think it's better right now. Thank you very much. So you may be seated. My name is Pakwe Sirabo, and I represent the Bank of Industry. Bank of Industry is not a deposit money bank. You don't keep money in Bank of Industry. We are a development financial institution. And as a development financial institution, we are passionate about development. So the way we define businesses that we support is also different. So we are not looking for commercially viable projects to support. We are looking for initiatives, we are looking for projects, we are looking for ventures that will bring about national development while ensuring personal empowerment. So if you combine national development with personal empowerment, it's what I call lovepreneurship. So we are not just about entrepreneurship where you focus on profit. Profit is very good. I was telling somebody that was networking with me that the most effective way to solve the problem of the society is to ensure there is profit at the end of the day, not charity. Profit is the evidence that you are doing something effectively and efficiently. If you solve a problem, it is effective. But how much do you use to solve the problem will tell me whether you are efficient or not. And that is why in nature, what brings about result is always smaller than the result. So you have a fruit, but you have a seed. A seed is always smaller than the result. And that is why in business, you start up with what they call seed capital, not harvest. Are you getting what I'm saying? It is always using small to achieve more. And if you are an engineering student, you know what we call mechanical advantage. You are using a small effort to what? To overcome a huge load. If you are not doing that, you are wasting resources. So Bank of Industry is big on national development, but we understand that without personal empowerment, you can never achieve national development. I've been hearing questions in the room. How do we get people to lead us very well? How do we become more, show more empathy and generous? Why are Nigerians greedy? And I will tell you why Nigerians are greedy. We are greedy because there is a void in each and every one of us that money can never fill. Hello? There is a void inside of you. There is an emptiness inside of you that money or material things can never fill. But what everybody has been running around is trying to get material things and money to fill it. And that is why no matter how much they amass, they are not satisfied. So welcome to the School of Lovepreneurship, because it is the only concept that can make you to be generous. Nothing else will make you to be generous. The problem of feeling emptiness is not a problem of today. It was the problem that God himself started to solve. And for those of you that have Quran or you have Bible, you will know that in the beginning, there was what we call emptiness. The world was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So the three problems you have in the world is the problem of darkness, is the problem of disorderliness, and the problem of emptiness. And check all the business in the world. Those are the three things that you are trying to solve. What is darkness? Darkness is twofold. Darkness within you and darkness around you. Darkness within you is what is called what? Ignorance. That is why we need school. All education and everything, what we are doing today is trying to solve the darkness inside of a man. Then the darkness around you is called obscurity. All the marketers, all the brand, whatever we are talking about, is what? To bring visibility to your life. So the first problem you need to solve in your life is to know. The second is to be known. And you can solve these two forever in your life. There is never an end to knowing. There is never an end to be known. Every one of us, there are some people that are just hearing my name for the first time. That means I have the problem of obscurity. I have not. You too, you have the problem of obscurity. You already know certain things, but people don't know you. All the effort we are trying to do on social media is for us to be known. But how do you solve these three problems? Is the problem of what solved the three problems that God wanted to solve at the beginning of the creation of the world, that every human being is also grappling with, the problem of corruption, and also the problem of underdevelopment is one word. Tell your neighbor, purpose. Until purpose is known, you are not known, or you don't even know. So when God said, let there be light, the light he was talking about was not sunlight. I hope you know. He was talking about is knowledge of purpose. When you say you know me, until you know my purpose, you don't know me. Until you know anybody's purpose, you don't. If I don't know the purpose of this mic, I don't know this mic. So for you to say I know, is because you know purpose. And when you know purpose, the whole world open up to you, because you have just know the beginning and the end of everything. Clarity comes. You know the direction you are to go. You know what is important in that journey. As a matter of fact, when you know purpose, everything gravitates to you. It is when you know purpose that resources start being attracted to you. So you must know purpose, number one. You must know the relationship of purpose. If you know purpose, is knowledge. If you know the relationship of purpose, is called understanding. That means when you know the purpose of the cap of this bottle, you need to also know the relationship of that cap. What does it cover? So purpose is what defines knowledge. Purpose is what defines understanding. Because if you don't know the purpose of other things, you will not be able to bring order. If we are talking of arranging anything, bringing order, it's because you know the purpose of everything you want to arrange. If you don't know the purpose of everything you want to arrange, you will never be able to bring order. So it is the purpose of relationship that solved the second problem that God solved, which was bringing order in chaos. And the third problem God solved was the problem of void. That is the problem of emptiness. It is lack of value. And how does purpose solve it? When you do purpose, you are wise. Now you know purpose, you know the relationship of purpose, which is understanding. When you fulfill the purpose of a thing, you become a wise person. So of all that we are saying today that you have learned, if you go out and do it, you are a foolish person. It's not an insult. It is a definition. If you know purpose and you don't do it, that makes you what? Foolish. And how does that relate to what the Bank of Industry is doing? We have been grappling with the problem of development, and we are looking forward to leaders in Aso Rock. No. The day you know the purpose, the contribution you are to make to Nigeria, and you turn it into a business endeavor, that is where development starts from. And that is what Bank of Industry exists to support. Not just some go and bring product in China and sell it and make profit. No, we want to fulfill we want to bring fulfillment to human beings and development to our world. Because you don't have prosperity if you are rich and your environment is not reflecting it. Environment is more important. Hello? That is why when you go to America, you don't snap with your bedroom, you snap with the street. You want to showcase the environment more than how much you have in your pocket. So all these little success you are celebrating, you are not celebrating anything until you can show me your street, the street you are living in, where your house is. Don't show me the swimming pool you have in your compound. No. Until the entire environment is neat. That is why they have the Garden of Eden. They are supposed to live in the garden, not in a slum. And one man cannot create a garden. So we have a lot of work to do as Nigerians. So I am passionate and I wanted to be here. I don't know who will hear me today. One lady had me so many times. How many years ago? More than 5 years. and she has done something out of that, and she's better. Who will tell me today? Because when you catch this, you don't need any man. You become a magnet when you catch your purpose. Everything, you begin to magnetize everything that belongs to you. Things that doesn't belong to you, they live your life. Things that belong to you come. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of lawpreneurship. With you and I, we will change Nigeria. We don't need politicians. When you find the purpose of your life and you do business around it, everybody will bow to you because you are no longer going to be the one walking alone. It is divinity that will be flowing through your humanity.
Ladies and gentlemen, what more shall I say? All has been said. How's the drop mic moment? Finally, may we not be foolish. You heard what he said. So may we not be foolish. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Pakuni Rabo from Bank of Industry. Our next partner would be Bay Lennon, and we have Joseph Vander. And while Joseph is coming up, oh, okay, Joseph is online. Joseph, just 1 minute, please. We'll have you soon. I just want to make this following announcement. We'll be announcing the winners, the remaining winners for the education support and also the business grant. So please keep praying that it is you. All right. And then there is a career fair. So we'll round off this and then we'll be going into a career fair. Of course, that is totally at your discretion, but I would advise that you make way to attend. There'll be job interviews. I heard that some organizations might be recruiting. So you also want to, leverage on that as well. And then there'll be CV reviews as well. It's a lot of opportunities and you don't want to miss out of it. These organizations are HR recruiting organizations and they are here for you. So once we're done, once we close out from this, find your way to the career fair segment and utilize it to the best. I would really be glad to hear about people who got job opportunities from this meeting. All right, that said, Joseph Banda. Media, how many minutes do we have for this? 5 minutes. Joseph, please, you have 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will just ask for permission to share my screen briefly while I...
Media, are we good?
Yeah, put that there. Okay, I'll just run through this quickly.
Joseph, please, just 1 minute. We're just trying to resolve a technical glitch.
Okay.
While we're waiting for that, please ruminate on the things that Mr. Pakuni Rebel has said, about purpose, not being foolish.
Was that for me?
Things
Sorry?
that matter. Love, what did he call it? Lovepreneurship. Media, should I call wider perspective? All right. Thank you, Joseph.
Okay. I believe everything is okay and I'm good to go. I'll take that as a yes. So I would like to start off by thanking Toba and the organizers for the invitation to speak and also commend the work that they're doing to facilitate the growth of young professionals. As a young professional myself, I've been taking note of all the wisdom that has been shared by the other speakers, and I'll definitely be taking it away and applying it. It's exciting to see that some of the themes around continuous learning and mentoring have been repeatedly highlighted here, and that's something that you might see in my presentation. So let's quickly go through what I have here today. Over the next few minutes, I'll just quickly walk you through what Bay Learning is, what we offer, share some of my professional journey as well, and how acquiring digital skills online has been an enabler in my career, the importance of digital skills, and the scholarship as well that we're offering at the end of this upcoming data analysis course. So who is Bay Learning? We are an education technology company that was born out of our passion for education and our experience using online platforms. to create a sustainable income as an organization that understands the value and power of education in driving positive change. We've recognized the need for tools and resources that simplify learning and make it more accessible on a global scale, even so in Africa. To put it simply, the Bay Learning platform simplifies learning, promotes growth and development through practical and industry relevant learning. You might wonder where this passion for online skills acquisition comes from for me, right? And why Bay Learning is so close to my heart, and I'll share it here. So I'm currently an entrepreneur and tech company co-founder. But my journey towards this point started in 2016 when I graduated from university as an engineer. Like many others, my path has not been in that field per se. So I fell in love with data and information management just by pure happenstance while looking for my first job. After spending months on YouTube University, as everyone has called it, and using online resources, I managed to get enough information and knowledge to be able to find my first job in mining. And since then, I've held multiple senior data-centric tech roles in the same industry, doing employment, contracting, and also consulting for the largest mining companies in Australia, and also now as the CTO of a startup. Reflecting on my journey on this, there have been two major enablers, and this will resonate with what all the other speakers have been speaking about. One has been proactive online learning to acquire new skills, and also more important, getting mentored by people in places that I wanted to be in. With this in mind, we are huge advocates for online education coupled with mentorship. And given the access, I've seen, given the success that I've seen myself in those, I think that sharing is very good. At Bay Learning, we think of 4 types of people, right, that would need digital skills. One is graduate, which I believe most of the audience is. You're either a graduate or a student. So you can think of yourself as someone that is really early in their professional journey and you're about to get your first job, right? So digital skills in this case help you stand out in the market and fill in any skill gaps that you may have. A free tip that I'll give to the graduates in the room or the students as you're looking for your first job. There's a cost to employers in order to be able to train you to become productive. So enhancing your qualification with some sort of digital skill may be the determining factor for employment. We used to think of people that are really early in their careers, they've already started working, but need additional. So think of things like learning skills. One of the speakers was mentioning that GPT and AI. So think of new skills like that, and also looking for opportunities to change your career. The online platforms like ours will allow you to make those choices and take courses the last two seasons, those people who have a lot of experience in their career already and technology and skills improvement. Finally, I require you to skill. The last one is freelancing. The most impact in this area comes from learning how to use AI, for instance, to improve your workflow, learning a new creative skill or like a new coding framework if you're a software developer to improve your services. Just a couple more slides and then we'll be. And so, what's the
Joseph, we can't hear you. You seem to be breaking at some point.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I mean, we hear you now, but once you start talking, we lose you.
Okay. I might switch my microphone. Let me know if that is better.
Sounds better. Hopefully this works.
Okay.
Also to
Thank
say
you.
that you literally have like time up.
Okay. Okay. I might I'll go through this slide and then just jump to the end with the scholarship, if that's okay. So I was saying the key takeaway for this is just Africa is going through a digital revolution at the moment, right? With more people getting access to digital devices. And a lot of organizations going through digital transformations where they're implementing newer systems or digital ways of working. And we're also seeing tech adoption across a lot of industries and a lot more in areas where they're not typically tech roles as well, which is counterintuitive. That graph there is just saying that the World Bank estimates that by 2030 in Nigeria alone, there'll be about 23 million jobs that will need a digital skill. This is up from about 14.5 million pre-pandemic. You may be surprised that only 3% of those jobs are in the tech space as well. So everything is in other areas. So you can't afford to be left behind. Yeah. So we come in to close that skill gap for you. We offer an online learning platform where it's easy and accessible, and you get practical industry relevant experience across a diverse range of courses. And you learn from industry experts who have actually succeeded and they know what they're speaking about and it's lived experience for them. And you also get access to things like mentorship, career guidance, and also portfolio building. But also, more important, you get access to some of our strategic partners that help you with career building resources and also placement opportunities. And lastly, this, I guess, is what we wanted to bring to Accelerate 1.0 today, is the data analysis course that we are launching soon. And we are also offering a scholarship for that, right? This is being offered to 2 successful applicants. You can either scan that QR code or go to www.baylearning.com/scholarship and put in your application there, and then we'll review it and let you know if you're successful. There have been multiple people here speak about data, and they can speak the data analysis world, so they can speak to the value of that skill if you can chance them during your networking as well. This will run for 3 months and it's project-based, and you get to pick up some industry relevant learning as well. I think that would be it for me. So thanks again for having us speak about digital skills and how Bay Learning can help you along your career journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And thank you, Bay Learning, for the scholarship. Thank you for also partnering with Accelerate 1.0. We believe that you would also partner with us next year. Thank you so much.
It would be our pleasure. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. We have your word on that. Recorded. All right. So Bay Learning would be giving out scholarships to 2 people to go learn digital skills for 3 months, like he has said. What will happen is, to everyone who has registered, you would get an email from the Accelerate community. We encourage you to apply as soon as possible, because also, like you heard, it will be a first come, first served basis and also reviewed internally. Thank you so much. Once again, I want to say that we are closer to the end than we were at the beginning, and we'll be rounding up shortly. Our last but not least partner we would be addressing is Wider Perspective, and that is Adaobi Ume. Can we please give a round of applause to Adaobi Ume?
Okay, I think it's better. Good everyone. To begin, I would like to thank the Ignite community for this opportunity to be here. It's an honor to be in your midst today. My managing director was here, but she just stepped out. And we'd like to talk about tips to starting a successful business. Unfortunately, I have very limited time. I wish I could wrap now and just, wrap it all, but we'll just take as much as we can. Okay, we'll be discussing the business model canvas, which is like a map that describes the key strategic factors that contribute to the success of a business. So has companies made up of key partners, key activities, key resources, your customer segmentation, your cost, and also your revenue streams, your channels of communication. So we'll begin with customer segmentation. You cannot do this without having sufficient knowledge of the markets that you'll be servicing as a startup business. So it's very important to conduct a customer analysis where you determine who your customers are and what characteristics actually make them your customers. And you also have some knowledge of their behavior when using your product or service. So I'll give an example. Assuming that I'm going into writing pen production, there are customers there, and I've been able to identify customers, the students, also the corporates, the professionals. Now, what characteristics makes them my customer? They need the pen to write. The students need the pen daily to write. The business professionals and all the corporates, they also need to write things down. Now, for the students that are keen on using the pen daily, they're focused, they just need something that can write with a very good ink. For the professionals, they don't really, some of them just use it as like decor for their offices. So I've been able to identify what needs need to be with those two categories of customers. Now, with this information that I have, if I want to go into production for the segment that has to do with the students, I would focus on quality of the ink because that is what their need is. And for those who use those pens as decor, we just walk into an office and you see the pen there and you know you really stepped into a professional office. I would invest more on aesthetics. So having this knowledge helps you in planning your production. And also, when you've been able to identify these customers, you now have to determine the channels that you use to reach out to this customer. And the first thing that would help you do that is to understand demography of your customers. If your customers are youths, then you have to explore the social media platform and the internet and all that. But if your customers are the elderly, if you would want to promote or advertise your business, you would have to go for maybe the media, the NTA news, and after the news, when there's the advert comes up. So you understand the demography of your customers. Okay, furthermore, we'll talk about the value proposition, which has to do with the benefits that people who are expected to gain from consuming your products and services. It's a whole lot, but and also you have to also consider your competitors. Who are those that produce similar products and services you are offering the market, and do they actually have the same target audience as you? And you also need to bear it in mind that these competitors also want to be successful. So companies invest in competition intelligence. They go as far as doing mystery shopping to be able to gain knowledge on their competitors. So do not lose of your competitors. And I would also say key activities you need to identify when you define your production or service process, you identify activities, and then you also need to decide if those activities, you have to do all that in-house or you have to subcontract some of them. So you need to analyze your technical and your financial capacity to be able to determine. And then you have to check your resources. There are three major resources. First, there's the human, material, and financial. Human has to do with your material has to do with your raw materials and the machinery equipment that you need for the business, and then the financial, which we all are very keen on entrepreneurs. Okay, so wait a minute. So for the financial resources, I really want to speak on this because a lot of startup businesses would prefer to go for loans. But I'm not saying do not go for loans. I'm saying before you go out there to seek loans, especially as a startup business, you need to look inward first. So you need to actually look around your circle and see if you can raise some money for your business before you go out to source loans for the business. There are various sources of loans. We have BOI represented here by the regional manager. They have the venture capitalists who are willing to invest in your business for ownership. So what we're saying, sorry, I can't really speak on all this, But what we're saying is this: before you go into that business, ensure that you are considering your market first, the competition, the resources you need, the partners that you may need to be able to deliver your service to the market. And also, do not forget your costs. There's incorporation cost, there's marketing cost, there's operational cost, there's a cost for regulatory compliance. So if your business requires you to get permits and all that, you really need to consider that. And also your revenue streams. Please do not lose sight of your revenue streams. You need to understand your market needs. You need to also evaluate your capacity to meet those needs and then choose the best suited revenue stream for your business. I hope with this 2 minutes, did I work well with time? Did I work well with time? Okay, all right. Thank you very much for this. We are here at the career fair, and I'll also be there, and I'll be willing to share more insight on tips to starting a successful business. Thank you very much.
All right. Please, can we once again give a round of applause to Wider Perspective? Please, I have a question for us. When we close here, what did I say is happening? Thank Joel. Please, because Joel, please, when we close up from here, what did I say is happening? Thank you very much. My boss is happy, therefore, all is well. All right. We want to proceed with the winners for the education grants. And for that, I am going to be calling Uncle Solomon. Uncle Solomon Ayo. Just forget the other part. So right now we want to continue with the announcement for the education grant. And so I will be calling up Uncle Solomon Ayo. Let's give a round of applause. This is the time where you cross your fingers, be praying all the languages that you know how to pray, because we never can tell what names I get. Have you forgotten what happened? Nebuchadnezzar, that they wrote something on the wall. We never can tell. See, he's writing something. He's not writing, he's sticking something. All right.
All right. So, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will call the names that I have here. The first person here is Beats. Please come forward. Congratulations. Well done. On behalf of the organizer, I present this to you. Congratulations.
From my space, you these very days, I have never ever heard of sin like Jesus' name. From before time began, he has never ever changed. He's the same today, just as he was yesterday, miracle. Goodness, favor, mercy, show.
This name I have here is Emmanuel. Emmanuel, please come forward. Congratulations. Don't worry, if I don't call your name, let's Emmanuel.
I have seen in my ears of
It's my turn. It's my turn. Turns and say amen.
So the last name I have there is Bilal Emmanuel. Let's clap for him. Bilal Emmanuel. The last and not the least. Next time it will be your turn. Well done to everyone who participated. Where's Emmanuel?
Hello, Emmanuel.
No.
It's what? What?
Everything I do. My God, with me, I'm a testimony. It's my turn. It's my timer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Uncle Solomon. Thank you so much, sir. All right, and now going to the winners of the business grant.
And to announce the third place winner, we have one of our panelists, Joyce Wanache. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes up. Once again, this is a good time for you to start praying.
Okay, I'll start by saying everybody's a winner. So don't feel bad. We're all winners. Don't feel bad. Sorry. Don't feel bad if your name is not called, but just take it like one of the speakers said as an encouragement. You put in your best foot forward. It doesn't mean you're not qualified, but somebody just has to go home with the money. So, so the winner for the business grant for Accelerate. Okay, third place. Sorry. Third place winner for Accelerate 1.0 is calm down. There's one person. Confidence Jonathan from Raj Foundation. Oh, one of our.
Waiting to make me shine. I just declare them say. Now I look at the name.
Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you. And to call the second place winner, we have one of our panelists again, Shama Ne. Please let's give him a round of applause. Let's keep clapping.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm here to announce the second for the business grant.
Answer that. When like this, just be praying that Lord, they will write my name well. My name will be readable because
It's changing.
it's not changing.
No. And the winner is. Oh, sorry. I like calling winners. So. And the second place is. Too much. Sorry. That's Basi. That's it. From Mama Chigo's Beauty Touch.
I got my mind on come again. More blessing, nobody go say, shame on me, cause I follow your way. I follow your way. Oh, I deny, you never lie.
All right. Yes. So with that, now we can. Whatever you can come up for both of things. All right, everybody, don't forget the career fair. No, sir, we are done for today, sir. Some people are like, what's going on? Excuse me, young woman. Will you go back there? Call the first place winner. Adebayo Otokiti to call the first place winner. Give me a round of applause.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I think we've had a great day thus far. And the winner is winning this is a blessing, right? Do you agree with me? Okay. And the winner is Blessing Jumbo from Boma Designs. Yeah.
I thought I was saying that we should be praying. You know what I said? That if you're not here, you will jump and pass. Blessing. We should call it again.
Blessing Jumbo from Boma Designs or something like that. There's nobody like that. Do we need to do another raffle draw?
But I was saying that these things, you never can tell how the Lord will do it for you. All right. So what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that we need to take another set of pictures. Wow. Nobody knows Blessing, yeah? Can't you quickly call her? Him? All right, no problem, we move. I tried my best. So that means that the third place winner is, that's what I used to say about these names. Be praying that is your name. Be praying. Just be praying. Please, DJ. Don't forget that we'll be having the career fair right after this. There will be student reviews, there'll be job interview preps. There would also be like actual job interviews. Please don't miss it. Don't miss it. Okay, so like I said earlier, if you're not here, what it means is that you forfeit it, right? And so because of that, we're going to step up the person. So the person this person who was second becomes the first, the person who was third becomes this thing. I'm a prophet. Believe in the prophets. The Bible said, and you shall be established. All right, believe. That said, I'm calling up the new third place winner, and that is Vidobu Promise. It's not here. So how do you know?
William Michael Brimo.
I'm using to love you.
Thank you so much. Of Raj Foundation. Our first place winner, who was the second place winner initially, is Chigo Zirim. Tried some people walking in. Blessing Jumbo. Okay, I just wanted to try it. You never can tell. All right, thank you all so much. And you will agree with me that this has been an amazing experience, right? Has this been an amazing experience? Has this been an amazing boot camp? Have you learned a lot? In Mr. Pakwinurabel's words, will you be a wise person? Great. With that, I would like us to give a standing ovation to the entire planning committee and also the chairman of the planning committee as it comes up. So while the chairman comes up, I would like all members of the planning committee to please come forward. Please let's keep clapping. Please let's keep clapping.
As for me, I know they look to marry. Now in the shower, the glasses when I do, I know money. Somebody walk carry my picture, go Baba now.
Let's come here, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can have your seat, please. I'm here to thank you, DJ. I'm here to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the planning committee. It's been a long journey, several months, intense meetings, sleepless nights. I think yesterday we were here till like 1, just trying to make sure that this works perfectly. But most importantly, I would like to thank you for coming. For us, I think that's the sign of success. And please, can you just give yourself a round of applause again? Without you, this would not have been successful. I would like to emphasize that this is not just the end, this is just the beginning. And I want you to watch out for a couple of the packages we've planned for you. We're going to follow this up with a series of sessions, webinars, just trying to build up to the next event next year as well. And please let me say to those who got the grant, it's not free money. It's a commitment to you to go make your business do better. So please make good use of that money. And I know that we will be of you in big places. Yeah, so we look forward to having you here again next year. And we would reach out, send mails, follow us on our platforms, social media platforms as well. You will learn about our activities, know what's coming up. we have a lot of resource persons. You know, there are a couple of people. There's a general manager in Total who was supposed to be here and he couldn't, and he said he must be here next year as well. And we have some of those resource persons lined up, not just for next year, but in a couple of months, you will see them come up. So watch out and be a part of what we are building. We also have a WhatsApp community. We call it the Ignite Pro community. You will see helps with the Ignite Pro community. Feel free to join. What we try to do there is personal development, jobs, opportunities, internship opportunities, scholarship opportunities. Is strictly professional, and the aim is to develop a community of hardworking people and develop them to be leaders, effective leaders tomorrow and in the future. And we want to join us and be involved not just in our own events, but any other event that adds value to you. So once again, I would like to my planning team members, please can you just give them a round of applause. It's been stretching. I've stretched them a lot, pushed them a lot. We've had maybe ashwords, but just to make sure that we deliver spot on, and it's been perfect. It's been the best team that I worked with in a long while. So thank you once again. Just to wrap up, we are not done. There's a career fair. We have workforce. We have Castel resources. We have wider perspectives. We have HR professionals who are volunteered. There are a lot of job roles available. We're going to be using the just upstairs once you walk out and you climb the stairs up. We have that place arranged for you. There are a couple of job roles available. And for some of us who might not see the job roles there, we have a couple of HR professionals who have volunteered in their own spare time to come and do mock reviews, like a CV clinic, mock interviews, and just get you prepared for that very big job you are dreaming about. And I just want to appreciate all our partners, the HR partners. Please, can you just clap for them? Workforce, Castel, Ryder, and HR volunteers, Peter, Justice. Thank you so much for supporting this event and for being a part. Finally, I would like to thank all our resource persons. Bayo came in all the way from somewhere in Bonny. We've had Shama, Joyce came all the way from Lagos. Mr. Ebenezer came in all the way from Lagos for this event. And we have people, Victoria is in the US, and you know the difference in time zone. Joseph, who spoke from, is in Australia, and this is 11 p.m. at this time. And all of them have dedicated their time and effort just to make sure that you get the best out of this event. And I would like to appreciate them. Big thank you to everyone. I would like to appreciate the pastor of New Corona Baptist Church who has given us the platform to execute this. Reverend Joy Inukoro, who shares the same vision that we have about youth, developing youth. I would like to appreciate Mr. Pakli Nurabo. I've spoken with him more than 1 hour, just on the phone, sharing ideas, and he made a commitment to be a long-term partner of this event. And I would like to appreciate Bank of Industry, the regional manager, for that opportunity. It's a great privilege. We don't take it for granted. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to the protocol team. Thank you to the ushers. Thank you to all the guests and participants. We are so grateful. We hope to see you next year at this event. This is not the final thing. It sounds like it, but we have the career fair there. So meet you over there at the career fair. Thank you so much. And thank you to my wonderful host, Olamide. She came in from US as well. Wow, just to be part of this event. Thank you so much. You've been wonderful. And it's been great having you here as well. Thank you so much.
So please not stay behind for a quick picture. Chinemere, please also come up. Yes, sir, please.
All the things of my life I praise you. Everything that I have now, you get to me, Lord. Lord, I sing for the love I'm grateful. Yes, you love me plenty, you came to die for me. Jehovah Rapha, I am the Lord. Search for there's no one else like you. I am you.
What a perspective.
We call Piale outside to Piale. Can you call Piale? Call testimony, please, to come in.
He has taken away my sorrows and now I'm free. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We got to be the every day that's a heavenly blessings I am receive. God, you have blessed and mercies, I will provide of it. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. When I speak in tongues, even my spice are not forget. The name of Jesus is about me. If you work, you say, if you work, you're looking like in the King's paradise. If you like for the cross of a dice, but if you don't work for your side, don't know what to do with your time. I'm tight to my offering. I'm trying to put an end to the suffering. My life is running on the air.
Thank you very much. The end of Accelerate 1.0. Accelerate 1.0. Accelerate 1.0. Joel, are we trying to do a video? Right, that said, please, let's make our way to the career fair right now. Don't miss out on the opportunities that are there. When you take pictures, when you make posts, please tag Accelerate 1. Tag the Ignite Pro community. Please tag the Ignite Pro community. Thank you so much. It has been an amazing with you. Thank you. DJ, over to you.
On the beat. Don't stop talking. Don't stop listening. I'm asleep. Even the say not true. Everybody say I
Since 1947, the madam never settle. You be what I forget. Possibility no your wallet. Better record, better stop up. No one that in go come. I saw the shit in the
Everybody move your body,